Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Good evening, everyone. Can everyone hear me?
Hello, I just wanted to check, see if my mic is working.
Yes. Hi, Vice Mayor Collazo. How are you? Vice Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, I just wanted to test to see if my microphone's working.
Yes, your mic works. Can you hear me? Hello? Testing, 1, 2. I don't think they can hear me. Hello? Vice Mayor, can you hear me? I don't think, there we go. Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, Vice Mayor. We had some mic difficulties, but yes, your mic is working.
Thank you.
No problem. Let's give it a few minutes to see. Ah, there we go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Mario. How are you?
I cannot hear you.
Can you hear me?
No. Okay, do you hear me?
Hi, Chair. We can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Perfect. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining.
Sorry for, that looks like a lonely room out there.
What did I do now? I think Jessica's gonna be a little late, so we're gonna give her a few minutes. Is that okay?
Of course. Did everyone receive the updated agenda that I sent out about an hour ago?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
But there was no difference on it, was there? I didn't.
Chair, if you want to get started, if Jessica is going to be running a few minutes late.
You're muted, sir. You're muted, Mario.
Or you're muted.
Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. I'll call to order May 17th, 2021 EAB meeting at 5:34. Emily, will you call roll?
Yes. Hector Abad,
Present.
Jaylene Garcia,
Present.
Emily Garcia present, Mario Pineda,
Present?
Jessica Mendoza, I heard she's running late. Is she on? She's not on yet, right?
No, not yet.
All right. And Kevin Mackey.
Present.
Perfect. We have quorum.
Okay, perfect. On to order of business, deferrals, additions, deletions. Do we have any? I'm gonna go ahead and add to new business B, budget. If you remember, we discussed we had to get that.
Mhm.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it. Okay, moving on to public comments. Do we have any public comments tonight?
I'm here just observing the meeting actually. So I don't necessarily have public comments. Chairman Abad, during one of his reports, I believe when we were looking at the committee rules, asked for more council participation in the meetings, and I told him that I would make it a point to start attending these meetings. Although I can't be there in person, I am zooming in and just in observation only. But if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to chime in if you need me.
Thank you, Councilman. Elizabeth, do we have any other public comments?
No public comments on my end.
But before we move from public comments, Mario, I just wanted to know any updates. I know that I think it was Hope Reynolds last month, for the second time came asking for that,
Yes, curriculum.
right, curriculum by Bob Graham, right?
Yes,
I believe anybody was able to get her that information.
I believe Jessica emailed the town with that link. I'm not sure if Elizabeth can let us know if they forward that to that town member.
I believe Jessica emailed Clarissa with that information. I'll
Okay.
pull it up right now.
Alrighty, moving along, approval of minutes. Did everybody get a chance to take a look at the April 19th minutes?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of April 19th.
Do we have a second?
Second, Aileen.
Thank you, Daleen. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Please let
Guys.
the record show that Jessica Mendoza joined the meeting.
Hello, Jessica. Thank you for joining us. I'm sure traffic got you. All right, moving on to old business, Future Leaders Scholarship, the Grant Company Scholarship. Did everybody take a look at the applicants' nominations? And
Yes.
Yes.
I believe we have to pick two, right, Elizabeth?
Correct. Andrea Graham did give us her choices, so
Okay.
I'm more than happy to relate that information before or after you guys choose.
She made her choices?
Yes.
So I suggest we
Why are
hear.
we voting then?
I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, if she made her choices and they're the ones providing the grant, then why are we voting on anything?
I thought about that as well. I would like us to do our choosing and see if perhaps we all fit the same criteria and if perhaps we choose the same. If not, then I believe it is their scholarship, but I believe it is up to the EAB.
But if it's not the same, so who has the final word?
That is a good question, Hector, but I believe if we should give our advice on it, our choosing, and go from there. At the end of the day, it was given to us to choose. In the past, we've always chosen, and so
Correct,
say
correct, Chair. So since they are sponsoring the scholarship, as Hector mentioned, she gave us her choices, but at the end of the day, it's the committee's motion and vote on the two applicants that you would like to see win.
So then I think we should do a vote first, so we don't get influenced by it,
correct.
and let her say whatever she needs to say afterwards.
Did everybody get a chance to go over the applicants' applications, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I have a question. Elizabeth, is it their choice or is it a suggestion that they made?
It's a suggestion. So it's her choice. The way she worded the email was it was her two choices. She said all the applicants were superb, and those were just her suggestions in choosing the applicants, the two applicants.
At the end of the day, we will vote on it, and if it's a tie, maybe her vote would be the deciding vote.
Correct.
Okay, so we have 4 applicants, obviously, 1 through 4. I suggest Emily, can you take vote on each member and see which 2 they choose, and then we'll tally that up?
Yes. Has everybody chosen already?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Hector? Which 2 did you choose?
I think we lost Hector.
Let me
Yeah, Hector's trying to get in.
Yes.
Okay.
It looks
Yeah.
like we lost Hector, and Jessica just re-logged in. So let's see if he logs in back. But I would like to say that I'm guessing Andrea's votes, they would also count towards the tally at the end of your guys' choices.
Has that always counted?
I'm sorry?
Has her vote always counted?
That would be a Clarissa question, since I was not here during last year's voting.
I mean, that I remember, we've never gone through this with somebody else's vote besides the EAB.
Correct. From the past, we've never gotten their vote. As I said before, let's go through our vote. If we have a tie, we'll hear their choices and we'll go from there.
All right.
I agree.
Okay, then I'll start with you, Mario. You're muted.
I'm gonna go with number 1 and number 4.
Okay, number 1 and number 4. Okay. Kevin?
I also choose 1 and 4. I promise I'm not copying Mario. I think last year the same thing happened. He went first and we had the same choices. But like Mrs. Graham said, I mean, I thought all 4 were superb, but 1 and 4 for leadership qualities, I picked those 2.
Yeah. Okay, Jessica? Is she on? Yes, she's on.
Jessica, can you hear us?
Muted. Jessica, you're muted. Let's go on to Hector.
Okay, Hector?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hello. I thought I was talking. I'm sorry. I said 1 and 3.
Okay, 1 and 3.
Yes, I'm sorry. I just interrupted Mario
it's okay,
talking.
no.
I'm sorry.
Okay, Daleen?
1 and 3.
1 and 3. Okay, Hector,
2 and 4.
2 and 4. And for myself, I chose 3 and 4. So let me see.
I just want to ask a question, a clear, simple question. All these kids, we verified they're residents of the town, right?
Yes.
From what I see on the application, that is one of the criterias, and I'm sure the town staff did their homework on that, so. It says on the home address of the applicant, so I'm sure that they verified that.
Okay. So the winners are 1 and 4.
Correct. Elizabeth, can you give us their vote?
Well, you guys don't have to fight because Andreas was also 1 and 4.
All right.
Perfect.
So
perfect.
everything worked out.
No worries. No need
Yeah,
to get.
but for future reference, I think we need to clear that up.
Yes,
Because
I
that
will.
could become an issue.
I made a note to Claricel for the future. She'll email Andrea and we'll clear that up if she wants her vote to be counted with the committee or separately. So I made a note for that, guys.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
All righty. Moving on, update on the Satori impact fee allocated funds. If you saw the last committee meeting, the approval for the Miami Lake Middle School, that was approved. We're waiting on them to cut the check, and then we will present it to the school. Elizabeth, do you have an update on that?
I do not have an update as of today. Claricel did not update me on any statutory legal opinion that I spoke of last time. So
Okay.
I'm guessing the legal team didn't have time to look that over. So no update.
Mr. Councilman Cuyazo, could you chime in on this and advise us when we would see that check given to Miami Lakes Middle?
I have no idea. I'd be more than happy to follow up with you guys and see what the timeline is. From my recollection, out of all the projects, that's the one project that was given the blessing that was 100% ready to go. So I don't foresee that taking, stretching into the next fiscal calendar. And that was to use the term, the shovel-ready project, right? So I don't know what would be holding that up, because I think we got legal's blessing on that already. But I'll follow up for you guys. I'll shoot off an email real quick to Ed and see if we can get some feedback on it.
Perfect.
Does that work? Is that okay, Elizabeth?
Yeah.
Does that work for you?
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay.
Our goal was to get them to be able to use it for the end of the year. Obviously, that won't be able to do, but hopefully we could get them for the beginning of the year and they could use that auditorium. Okay, on the basis of the other schools, Elizabeth, do we have any updates on the principals' reports, or if staff has gotten to the principals on the new perspective of where we're headed?
No updates.
No updates
No.
at all.
Mm-mm.
Do we know when staff will be able to update us on this?
I will make a note to ask Claricel on that.
Again,
Okay, can I chime in a minute, Mario? I'm sorry.
give me one second.
Do you mind if I say, okay, go.
Again, this is, I believe this is the third meeting we asked for an update on the principals. Time is sensitive for these projects. Again, we're now faced with them trying to get their schools open and getting accommodated with all that. What do we need to do as a committee to help this get along, or with staff, or how do we get this information? Because again, time is sensitive. The summer's coming, principals do take their time off, and to get that going, it will take some time. I know that staff is busy, but can we at least get some kind of time frame on perhaps when we could get this information?
Mario, I agree. I'm going to talk with Claricel because unfortunately I was asked to cover the meeting, so I wasn't updated on any information, so I do apologize. I'm gonna speak with Claricel tomorrow and get any updates on her end.
Okay, thank you. Jessica, go ahead.
No, you actually said what I was going to say, that this continues to drag on. And like you said, the principals do need this. I mean, we only meet once a month. We need to know what to do with the rest of the money. The principals need to get back to us with what they would like to do to see if that's approved. It's all dragging way too long. Things should have been ready at this meeting. We were ready with our decision for the scholarship. So therefore, I think that the town should have been ready with some information for us as well. I mean, we all work, we all have jobs, we all have things that we're getting ready to do. I'm at the end of the year, we have things that we need to get done. But I think that out of consideration, there should have been something to come back to us with so that we can move forward. Because right now, I feel like we've been in a standstill for months, and it's getting a little tiring, to say the least. That they're just continuing to lead us along or string us along. And the next meeting, I'd really like for something, if it can be done, to send out to the principals so that they can come and maybe meet with us with a plan, with something that is going to be approved, with something that is following the legalities of what their money should be used for. Instead of having them come in, think about it, leave, come back another month, and then, I mean, by the time that happens, it's almost the end of the summer already.
Correct. We're already.
And projects can't be started at that short a time when school's gonna start in mid-August. We already have to start going in.
I completely agree with you all. Unfortunately, I don't run EAB, so I'm not updated as much.
No, it's not just to you. It's just I want you to relay the message. Maybe Lewis can also relay messages. I don't know how this would go. Mario, can we send emails to whoever it is that we need to send emails to get the fire going?
So let me add this though. Let me add this. 'Cause I know we've been at this for over a year, right? And I had this discussion with Claricel once, and I know, listen, there's a set of steps that we have to take, right? We go, Claricel is our liaison, right? Claricel contacts the Office of Intergovernmental Affairs, they contact the region, the principal, you know how it is. It's a whole set of procedures.
Mm-hmm.
My concern, like I said, like principals usually come in May. I guess they're not coming this year in May. But my main concern is that I being that I do work for the school system, I have spoken to several principals in the town, and I just asked the question in general: have you heard anything from the district? And everybody tells me no. So my concern is that the message has not gotten down to the principals. I don't know if it's gotten down to the regions or to the district. I don't know where we're at that. But if we don't give the principals an update, last they heard, the council had turned away all the money, right? That's the last conversation that they heard, and I know that created an issue with principals, but somehow we need to communicate with them, right? Because we cannot just call them back, let's say next month, and give them 2 or 3 days to prepare. Let's start getting the message out.
Correct. Again, Elizabeth, like I mentioned, if we could be of any help as a committee in order to get this moving along faster, please let staff know that we're more than willing to help. But we just want to get it moving along as fast as possible.
So if someone can just give me a little bit maybe of a background information, since I've only facilitated 2 meetings. If someone can give me some background information, maybe I can be some help.
According to the resolution, some of the principals' requests didn't fit the criteria. The only ones that fit the criteria was Miami Lakes Middle, because it was something that is not movable, it's at fixed, it's an improvement. The other one that was on the edge there was the Barbara Goldman study carols. They wanted to know if they were going to be at fixed, they were movable, not movable. So we were waiting approval on that. The other schools' requests, they did not fit criteria at all. One was for the media center to get desktops. Other wanted gym equipment. So all that got denied. It didn't fit the criteria. So we had to go back to those principals and get them to go back to the drawing board and think of what they were going to request or what they needed for an improvement, for capital improvement to the school in order to get it approved with the agenda that we have. Specifically, we have, like I said, waiting on Barbara Goldman to get their approval. We have Bob Graham. We have the K-8. We have the tech. We have HML. And
Bob Graham.
we already mentioned Bob Graham. Yes.
Thank you.
So if we could get those principals to give us already, what they want, we take it back to council and get it approved, and we move on with this. I think that if we could all, cooperate, like I said, the committee's willing to help us where they can. Let's just try to get it on before school starts, possibly.
Okay, so Chair, if you can do me a favor, anyone from the committee, send me the list of schools that you still need answers for, and I will go back to that with Claricel and see where she is at, because she didn't give me an update regarding for this meeting. See where she is at, and maybe I can work with her and with the committee on trying to get them an answer.
Perfect.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to help as much as I can on my part. I do apologize that because I haven't worked with EAB as closely as I do now, so I do apologize that I didn't have any answers waiting for you guys. So if you can bring that back to me, and hopefully I can get you some answers. I'll speak with Claricel in our meeting and see where she's at with her emails, if someone has gotten back to her, or maybe I'll be able to help out.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Really appreciate that. Okay, moving on to the, I'm sorry, do we have any other discussion on the Satori?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, quickly, and that's something you can, let's maybe check out. My understanding, Mario, and I don't know if Councilman Collazo wants to elaborate on that. When I went in front of council back in January, but I don't think the intention was to kind of check to the school. It was, the school would come up with a project or whatever the cost was. That's what they would cover. I mean, I could be wrong, but
What I recall was the council wanted to have final word on what the project was. For instance, the sound system for the Miami Lakes Middle. So that was a project that they stood behind. And obviously they have a budget of $10,000. So they wanted to see what the expenditure was. I believe that we did, I emailed Claricel what they had given us in the past of what it would cost to update that auditorium system.
all right.
Do we have any other discussion? Okay, moving on old business. Kindergarten savings account. We're also waiting on an update from the town with Bank United. I know the town had reached out to them. We're just waiting on an update from them to see how we get this started. They decided to be the ones that sponsor it. We're gonna keep it in town. I think it's a great program that we could get behind, and that it's gonna be 2 years come. But again, we're waiting on Bank United for that update.
So I know William.
So the town is the one taking care of that and contacting them and getting the information from them?
Yes.
Correct.
So
Who from the town specifically?
Jessica, you read my mind. William Sanchez.
So William,
works-
okay.
Yes.
I just want to write that down so we know who it is that's actually reaching out.
So Willie is the liaison for economic development, and one of the economic development members works closely with Bank United. So he's going to get involved with Bank United and get a meeting. Last I heard, since I was involved in the meetings, that he is still waiting back to hear from the representatives at Bank United. I'll follow with him up tomorrow. If I get any updates during this week, I will send all the committee members an email on the updates on my end. So I'm writing all of them down so I can provide some sort of update or some sort of direction for you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you know the protocol? We are allowed to also reach out to William, are we not?
You can, I believe you can reach out to the liaisons, yes.
Right, okay. I just wanted to make
Right.
100% sure.
You can reach out separately. You just can't, I believe, come together or reach out together because that's
Right.
prohibiting sunshine. But
Mhm.
you separately can reach out
Individually,
to
you can reach
Willie
out.
or any liaison.
Right, okay.
Okay, moving along to the, we had added to the agenda the yearly award of excellence from the, we had said that each member would come back with at least three, I guess, criterias that we wanted to fit into this yearly award of excellence. I'm not sure if Daleen, you wanna go first?
Basically, what I would like to hear if Kevin, you had said that you were gonna kind of get us information in regards to
Yeah.
what,
Yeah, Daleen, they don't have it on their website currently, Hialeah. I did reach out to them.
yeah, I
Currently,
looked also.
they're not doing it this year, but they
Okay,
had it for, I mean, it ranged from academic excellence awards to character awards. I think we
Okay.
can pretty easily set up our own criteria for the town.
okay.
Really not that difficult, but I know you kind of wanted to focus more on character, right?
Yeah, character and I mean, basically, if you guys have any ideas of, what we can work with, I would like to hear from you guys. I know that, like Mario said, we were gonna come up with 3 different uh, examples or categories or so on. I also went into their website. I didn't see anything, but again, I mean, it's something that we can all work together and get it going for. I would like to start it, for the following year. What's coming up and so on, and also when it comes to making payments and so on, and buying the awards or just doing the event itself. I already have a couple of the sponsors that I've spoken to her and are willing to step up and get this going. It's all a matter of us getting together and start this. So I don't know if you guys have any ideas that you thought you wanted, bring up.
Okay, so this would be for the end of the 21-22 school year, correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. And then are we headed towards having some sort of a banquet, or just giving the awards in the chambers, or just giving the awards at one of the community centers?
Well, it all depends on how you guys would like to do it. I mean, honestly, we can start off doing it at the chambers. I honestly would like to do something here locally in one of the facilities, similar
we have a while to plan, so I think we
Yeah,
can actually get
exactly.
it done at one
Exactly.
of the community areas,
Mhm.
right?
Yes, I mean, I know that Cultural Fair does it with the Women Distinction Award, and it's beautiful. I love the
Mhm.
way they plan it out. So I think that we are looking
We can
into
piggyback
doing
like that. Mm-hmm.
Correct. And we have great sponsorship already set that are willing to step up
Perfect.
and help us out. So we're good to go on that.
I think
Okay.
we should focus on the criteria,
Correct.
which, which we could get that going, perhaps, because we have to build the website in the town and all that. So the most important thing I think would be get through the criteria. So, did anybody come up with 3 of their own, or? No, I came up with 3. So I came up with sportsmanship, community involvement, and all around, both academically and athletic of excellence. So those are my 3.
If you guys
Okay,
need
so-
some direction, I'm sorry, Dave, for interrupting, but if you guys need some direction, I'm more than happy to bring up the press release that we do for Women of Distinction and show you the categories that we have when nominating them and the requirements.
That would be great, Elizabeth.
Okay, I can send that to you guys right now, the press release.
Okay, so
Sounds good.
we're going to be calling this the Yearly Award of Excellence. Is that what we're going to call it?
Correct. If is that what you want it to be called, Daleen? Is
Yeah, I was thinking more like, Town of Miami Lakes Student Award of Excellence, yearly, annual, whatever you
We
guys.
do annual, right?
Yeah.
Award of Excellence. Mhm.
Okay.
That sounds good.
we're gonna do it basically for students. So it should be
Correct.
Miami Lakes yearly award of students, yearly award of excellence.
So Town of Miami Lakes Annual Student Award of Excellence?
Let me-
Why are
What was that
we,
again?
okay, why the word yearly? I'm just putting it out there. Why yearly, not annual?
No, annual's fine.
Annual's fine.
Yeah, I would think annual sound a little bit, because that's what we do in schools. I mean, we do the, okay.
Mhm.
No,
Guys,
I'm just trying to put everything down on paper so I can kind of.
Yeah.
I
that's
don't want to
fine.
interrupt you guys, but I do have the town attorney here with the opinion for Saturatory, and he wants to give you guys a quick update
Go ahead.
on that.
Perfect, thank you.
Guys, and I guess there's a little bit of confusion. There's really no update. It's the same advice that we gave back on February 9th, 2020, and it's a memorandum. This is the memo. I mean, where's the camera here? There you go. I mean, there it is. I mean, I can't really simplify it anymore because I can't. It's really, you've got to look at what items you want to use and for what purpose you want to use it. Obviously, if it affects the actual real property, it affects the school, that's what really I believe the intent was. You might be able to get away with doing other things that do not necessarily affect the physical structure of the school to improve it, but not much. That's basically what the agreement required. Also, I mean, and I'm paraphrasing, and again, that's why I don't like paraphrasing, because it was a very in-depth analysis, and that's how we created this this opinion, which we gave at the February 9th council. It also has to be within the town of Miami Lakes. It also has to benefit the schools, the kids in the area. So it's got to benefit the kids in the area. It's got to be something that's impactful to the actual facility, the school, and it's got to be within the town of Miami Lakes. I mean, those are really the big three highlights. I can leave
And
it
for
here
educational
with,
purposes, right?
I don't mind leaving this with Elizabeth, and if you want to circulate it and
Lorenzo?
make sense of it, that's
I'm
fine.
sorry, and also for educational purposes, right? That was on
Correct.
the papers?
Correct. So again, it's got to be something that's impactful, and it's going to betterment the education of the students. So what could be an example? Some of the ideas that you guys floated on Optimist, that would work. Some of the ideas that you meant to better the actual school cafeteria, where you're going to put in speaker systems, that would definitely work. Because
You said capital improvement, did you not?
I'm sorry?
Capital improvements, like
Capital
improvements to the
improvements.
actual
Yeah,
structures and things like that?
correct. Correct. So,
Right. I think we all understood that. We just need to relay that to the principals so they can come back to us with some sort of ideas so that the council can approve or not approve. That's the update we needed. I don't think any of us needed an update on an explanation on what it's used for. I think
Okay.
we all got that part. It was just, and I'm sorry if you came down thinking that we needed another explanation, because I think,
no,
guys,
Claricel
I
sent
think
me
we
an
all
email that
understood that.
Claricel sent me an email that you guys were waiting for it, so that's why I came
Oh,
downstairs.
no,
I'm like, I
No,
don't
it
know
was
what
an
you're
update
waiting for.
actually, probably, I mean, guys, tell me if I'm wrong. I think it was an update on, did this get out to who it needs to get out to? I mean,
Correct.
That part I
know
don't
what
know.
they need
Yeah,
to
I
come
handle the
back
legal
to us
part. That
with.
part I don't know.
No, that's not you. Sorry,
Okay.
it was misunderstood.
All right.
Thank you,
So
Lorenzo.
I'm gonna email Claricel back. What is it exactly that you guys are looking for?
We cannot communicate with the school board. We cannot communicate with the principals that we're not allowed to. Okay, so we have to let the staff has to communicate with the affairs. What's her name, Hector?
Intergovernmental affairs.
Intergovernmental affairs, and her name is
It's Montaner.
Montaner, yes. Staff has to get to her. She gets to the schools, and then they get back to us. But that communication, we have no idea if it started, if it's ongoing. We don't know. We don't know. Again, we're not allowed to communicate with the principals. It has to be through the
So you guys are
intergovernmental
looking
affairs.
to see if the town is communicating with the principals to advise them that we're looking for projects X, Y, and Z.
Correct. The principals know of the situation. The last time they heard is that there were no funds. Now we need to let them know that the funds are now available,
Okay.
and they need to come back with a new request according to the resolution, to the memoranda that fits a capital improvement. They had come back to us one time and with some requests that didn't fit the memoranda. So they have to come back with things that fit the criteria. That's what we're waiting on.
I
Right,
think,
we thought this was already sent out
Yeah,
this past month, and something would have gone back to us a month later. Nothing has been done as of yet.
I
So
think
we're
the-
running behind.
I think, and I'm going to throw out an idea. All right, since I can't really, since creating a really strict set of criteria is kind of a little difficult, and I don't know that any of us would feel very comfortable doing it, again, because it's an opinion taking a look at various agreements and really the spirit of something that was done years ago and how it applies today, right? So an idea is maybe, and I can speak with Clarasol if this is something that you guys would be okay with, is maybe leaving something open-ended. Listen, this is more or less what we're looking for, and that criteria you set based on the legal opinion that that we've provided for you, right? That, look, we want something that's capital improvement, it's going to have better the school, we're looking, and then give a few examples of what you're looking for as a committee, right, within those guidelines, and have the principal submit, and let them know in that application that it's always going to be subject to review of our legal and review of the committee. So they give the different ideas, and then we flush it out.
That's exactly what's supposed to be done last month by our liaisons,
Okay.
not us.
All right. And
Because
there might have been
they're the
some
ones that
confusion.
are the middlemen. So therefore, we can't set this up and give it to them.
Okay.
If we could, like we do with the teachers,
Okay.
and they're, when we give them the grants, that's different.
Right.
But obviously, they're not allowing our committee to reach out to them. And obviously, this is not your issue, Lorenzo. And I know that you have nothing to do with this because you're not.
But I came
you're
down.
just caught in the middle right now.
No worries.
but,
I came down here to
yeah,
listen.
I'm just explaining to you what it is that we find to be blocking us,
Right.
delaying what
Understood.
we have to do.
Understood, Jessica, and I understand, and it might be confusion. Let me get back with Clarasol and let me figure out exactly what it is. Maybe that's what she's seeking from me, is to help her get to that part, and I'm just not understanding that part.
Okay.
And I'm taking legal opinion to me. She needs assistance from me in that respect. So let me flush it out
Okay.
with her, and we'll get back to you.
All right.
Okay? We don't want to
Appreciate
slow
it.
down this process or frustrate what you guys are trying to do. All right?
All
Appreciate
right.
it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
much,
guys
sir.
all.
Okay, Aileen,
Back to the awards.
back to the awards.
All right, so thank you. Hector, do you have any suggestions for the categories?
Man, I completely forgot about that, so no.
Are we
I'll
going to be
come up
doing
with
just
something.
academics, or are we going to be doing superlatives as well?
Um,
Or is it going to be a mix of everything? I don't.
I think we should come up with a list, and then from there we choose what we want to work with. I mean, there's so many categories that we can think of. Like, for example, I was thinking of doing aspiring author, someone that's, in literature. Also the local advocacy. I know there's a couple of students that started their own nonprofit, although they're still in high school and middle schools, and they've created their nonprofits, which they're working and so on, and want to promote, for example, mental health issues and just different ideas. And I also have another one that started her nonprofit with similar to Giving Gators, giving back to the communities, helping students in need, helping their friends in need, and so on. So there's a lot of different categories that we can kind of throw in there. But I wanted to see if it could be different to the normal awards that they receive in school. Something that makes them stand out for not only in academics and so on, but something sportsman, like Mario said. Although I know schools do it, but MVP, maybe historian, just something artful.
Well, I wanted
musically.
something not subjective, because I want there to be some concrete where the parents come back
Right.
and they say, how did you choose, or how did you choose
Correct.
them? What was the criteria?
Okay.
That
So,
type.
so normally when the Women's Distinction Award is opened, it is open for people in the community to nominate those women.
Okay.
In our case, I was thinking of opening it up to teachers, mentors, coaches, not only just for families, but because, parents, we always want the best for our kids.
Yes.
We always think our kids are the best in everything that they do, obviously. But, people that are close to these children or work with these children on a
Right.
day-to-day basis. So open it up to those. That would be, something that we want to put on the criteria when they are going to nominate these children.
Okay. Are we going to do it for Miami Lakes residents, students, or the schools in Miami Lakes?
That's a good
I
You see,
think-
you know how the scholarship is
Right.
for
The students in the school.
Miami Lakes residents? I
Mhm.
don't know. Are we going to do the awards for Miami Lakes residents, or are we going to do it for just the children or the students within our schools?
Okay, in my opinion, honestly, I think it's a town event. It's a town award, EAB. It should be for the town residents.
Okay.
And also for those students that, you know, go to the schools in the town of Miami Lakes.
Okay, so it's either or, because Miami Lakes
Yeah.
residents or just the kids of the schools? Because if it's Miami Lakes residents, then it could be a kid that
Miami-
goes
meaning
to
Miami Lakes,
Hialeah Gardens.
I'm sorry, meaning Miami
Matter
Lakes
Lakes.
residents. Yeah,
Excuse me?
Miami Lakes residents. Correct,
Yes,
Miami
okay, so
Lakes
that's,
residents.
yeah, that's what I was
Mhm.
heading towards as
Right.
well, but I just wanted to see what everybody was
But-
thinking.
Right.
Yeah.
But there's nothing wrong with saying Miami Lakes residents who attend schools in the town of Miami Lakes.
Mhm. Correct.
I mean,
Yeah, but then there's a lot of kids that go to like the charter school, or there's
Right,
kids that
right.
live here, their parents pay taxes, but they're just
Right.
not attending the schools that they pay taxes for. They're, you know, they're going to maybe other schools. I know that there's some kids that maybe go to
getcha.
high schools, magnet schools farther away. Like I know kids that have graduated and gone, I mean, not graduated, but they've left Bob Graham, but then they end up at a school. I think there's, oh my God, I forgot which one it is. That's over there in Biscayne Bay. Key
Yeah,
Biscayne.
West Academy.
Yes, that one. And I mean, their parents are still here. They're paying the taxes for the schools, but they ended up going over there because that's the magnet school that they chose. So I think it should be for the residents, the children that reside within the town.
So
And
I-
then we just double check their address like we do for the scholarship.
So I sent everyone the PR that we do for Women of Distinction, and I can give you a little bit of guidance of how you guys can compose this. So for Women of Distinction, who's not aware of it, it's open for Miami Lakes business owners, people in the arts, et cetera, et cetera. And then we can do a Google Forms, which I can compose. So whoever you want to open it up to, we send that link, we do a PR, and we send it out, and then people can nominate the participant, the kids. I can send you a prototype of how we do the Google Forms. But one of the categories can be maybe since during this time, a lot of kids started their little like side business. You know, I've seen a lot of Etsy and doing the
Entrepreneur.
mask chains or all
Right.
of that. So
Oh yeah, that's a
maybe
good,
that could
that's
be
a
a
good
good
category, Mario.
category because I've seen it
Young entrepreneur.
exactly young entrepreneur that they're not really showcase that at school. It's kind of on the side. So like little mask chains or masks or anything that got them to show a little bit of their hidden talent during this time. So I thought I just wanted to throw that in there.
The
That's a good
criteria
one.
for the women distinction, they have arts, business, community and civic affairs, education, government, health services, and humanitarian. Daleen, what do you think?
Love the humanitarian, especially that one.
Okay, the arts.
I had actually come up with artfully creative for the arts, and then musically inclined for those who are more towards, you know, instruments or singing, stuff like that. And then master, something, I don't know.
So I have a question. How would they go about applying for this? Are we going to submit this to the schools? Is it going to be on the website of the town?
The
How do we-
goal is for it to be on the website, like the Women of
Okay.
Distinction. The town has the website on their town website.
Okay.
So
go
how
to
we would
there,
do this
so.
is we would create a PR like I do. So I handle all that communication alongside with Brandon Diaz, our marketing specialist, and Clarissa. So what we do is we do a PR, we do a Google Forms that is shared on the website. We write the PR, the criteria, exactly like you see Women of Distinction that I just showed you. And this was for 2021. And we do it until a certain deadline, whatever the committee votes on. And they send it all the Google Forms. And then, well, at least how Women of Distinction is done, there's a subcommittee created to vote on who fits the criteria the most. And then those are how the winners are chosen for the ceremony. And then it can be a ceremony, or it can actually be, I was driving down, I saw a school doing like a brunch, like a ceremony brunch for kids.
Right.
So again, it's how the committee goes about that, but that's how we would do it on the communication side.
I think we should also reach out to the schools, similar to when they, with the grants, the grams as well. We
Yes.
reach out to the schools and we inform them that, you know, the EAB is doing this event and so on. And, you know, so they can also make sure that they log in on time and and vote or suggest which student they think is best for the
And we also
nomination.
sent it to the Miami
Should we do
Lakers.
like they do in schools when they do monthly? They do the right thing. And the teachers have to nominate the student. Like you said, parents always think that their child is the best. We'll have maybe tons of them, maybe we won't. I mean, it all depends. But if the actual school or the teachers would nominate, I think that would have a little more substance behind it. What do you guys think?
I think we should, I think let's just come up with a list, for example, like you said, Jessica. So we can put teachers, coaches, maybe a mentor or sponsor.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And I think I'd rather leave the parent out,
Yeah.
to be
me
honest
too.
with you.
Yeah.
The parent can't nominate his own child, is what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah, we don't want to do this like that. I mean, I think it should be someone that outside of the, what's that, Hector?
No, so here's my advice. You ready?
Okay.
So being that this is gonna be for next June, right?
Mhm.
And being that we have 10 minutes before we're supposed to end our meeting, we have one thing to debate still, right? So I assume we're not gonna be able, at some point, we have to stop talking about the Satori Fund, right? That takes a lot of our time. And the kindergarten savings accounts and all these things. So we're not in a rush to come up with this terminology. I know we all agree that we wanna create something, but let's not try to rush it a year in advance. You know what I'm saying?
No,
I said, let's take our time, maybe at the end of the summer, let's revisit it. And usually the principals come back in September, October. And that's when we can plant that seed, telling principals, we want to proceed with this, you know.
Right, but we want to have a business plan per se before we
Right.
meet with anybody.
Okay.
Correct.
Suggestion. So we could get this moving along. Let's create a subcommittee. That's
But we're so small, Mario. Did you think what would it be? 2 people? Just because we're so small.
two to three people is better than nothing. I mean, I think that you're not gonna get to Rome in one day, but you're gonna get some work done. And perhaps by the time we visit it, you already have a criteria. You already have something that we could go with and move it along a little quicker. I don't know. It is Daylene's idea. I don't know what you think about it, Daylene. Obviously, you would have to.
I think you're running away from it, Mario.
I'm not running away from it. I'm not.
You're running away, Mario. I'm losing you.
I think we can all meet. I mean, there's not too many of us.
But I do.
I agree.
I agree with Jessica.
I do agree with Hector. We do have a little time sensitive today. After today, we can meet and we do meet in person. Perhaps we discuss it more. But as of now, I think the most important thing is that we need to figure out what's going to be the criteria. Which points are we going to choose? Just like
Okay, so
I have a
Mario,
quick
why don't we delegate and each person comes up with maybe 2 awards and their criteria?
we did.
Okay, I have a quick question.
Well,
How
now
many
it's
of
for
you are
sure.
willing-
Like delegate. You need to come
Listen,
back
listen.
with 2
How many-
and your criteria.
How many of you are willing to be part of this subcommittee?
I'll do it.
I'll do it.
I don't mind, but there's 6 of us. Listen, as a
Okay,
committee,
so
we're
then
short
no
handed
subcommittee. I
anyway.
heard everybody saying I'll do it, so no subcommittee. Sorry,
That's
Mario.
what I think. I mean, there's not too many of us. We're not 20.
Already three of us already said yes, but that's fine. We won't do a subcommittee.
You
But
guys
I
are
agree with
pretty
Jessica.
small. Like, we have
I
other
did tell you-
committees.
I did tell you to come up with 3. Let's try 2. Come back with 2, okay, that you want to be added to the criteria, all right, that we're gonna vote on, and then we have to narrow it down after that, okay? But I will add it to the agenda next week again, and then make sure that we pick those points that we want to use, and then from
Right.
there we move on to the next thing.
And I would
Right, like
definitely
bring 2 awards with the criteria,
Correct.
like already set for each award.
and I would-
Homework, people, homework.
And I would suggest possibly, since you guys still need to talk about your budget for next year, and this is going to be in next year's budget, maybe even thinking of a budget that you would want to use for this ceremony.
Like a line budget, yeah.
Like a line budget, because,
Line
you're going to
item.
want to do a nice award, and we have a vendor for that does beautiful awards for our public safety appreciation and for women of distinction. So thinking of a budget and then going from there as well.
I have a quick question, Elizabeth.
Yes.
It seems a little bit, I don't know if it's me, but I just want to know, are you going to be our liaison or are you going to be working with us from now on?
So I've been handling a lot of the EAB stuff, like high school banners and the scholarships. I've been facilitating a lot of them. As of for
Okay.
now, Claricel did request me to cover for her meetings due
Okay.
to just some personal scheduling. So I can't give you the answer, but I am helping
Okay.
alongside EAB. So, and
Are-
I'm helping
Okay.
Claricel. So
So you've been
Sounds great.
they've delegated some things to you on our committee, so therefore you're sort of edging in,
kind,
per
that's,
se.
yes, and
A
that's
little,
why
a little at a time.
I'm
Okay.
I'm apologizing if I don't have the answers for you guys. I know, you know, I'm a liaison for a sunset committee, so I like to always have the answers for everyone. So
You're
I'm gonna
have
try
the
my
answers
best
for us,
Thank you.
so it's
to
okay.
get you answers and try my best from there. But if you have any questions, feel free to contact me. But
I do have another question. So we will be meeting again in June,
yes,
and then when is the next meeting?
June, and then let me pull up the calendar. But I do want to
Right.
make sure that Claricel is still your liaison. So she's the middleman when it comes
So-
to.
June, what is it again? I'm sorry.
Let me give you guys. I'm pulling up the calendar right
Real
now.
quick, while she does that, I'm gonna go ahead and motion to table new business A, so we could do budget. So I will table that to our next meeting. Do I have a second?
Second, Eileen.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So your guys' next meeting is June 21st at 6:30. I will send everyone a calendar invite now if you don't have it in your calendar. And then I will send you the one in July as well. Let me just pull that up. And in July, it's July 19th at 6:30 as well. So I'll send everyone a calendar invite, a recurring calendar invite to be in your calendar for every second week or third
And
week of
Also,
the month.
also be aware that this will be our last meeting that we could have quorum on Zoom. So from now on.
Right, the next one's in person. Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, is the time at 5:30 or 6:30?
6:30.
30. Okay.
Send
So,
everyone an invite.
Moving on with the yearly award exit. So we have homework. Everybody has to come up with two, okay? The criteria and the award, all right? Or the award and the criteria. Understood? Yes?
Got it. I'm putting it in my calendar.
All right, moving on to new business, budget. All right, we have to have a budget for this year. Elizabeth, were you able to send that out to everybody? Budget?
I didn't get any budget.
It's all good.
It's all good. It's okay. No worries. Okay, so understand that we're gonna have to come up with a budget. We're gonna have to probably table it for next meeting. But we do want to reconsider so many things that we have in the budget, like I think it's the little library, the Dorothy Library, Daleen.
Dolly
Dollywood.
Parton.
Dolly Parton one. Yes, correct. I don't know what you guys
Sorry.
think about that. Do we still continue? Perhaps we could add the budget to the something to the either Award of Excellence or how we see me. But definitely go over the budget that we have and
Rework it.
I will.
rework it.
I
Times
will
have
get
changed.
you. I will
Times have
get you all the
changed.
budget.
Things have
this-
changed. You know, the educational system now this year is going to come up. It's going to be a whole new ballgame for everybody as well. We had to get accustomed to this year with the whole COVID. So obviously we can take a look at that budget and see how best we could help everybody in the town.
I will get everyone the budget. I will request it to our budget officer, Melissa, to get me the budget this week. She's pretty quick on that. So hopefully I'll get it even to you guys tomorrow or in the following days, but definitely this week. I'll send her an email right now.
So if we wait for next month, we're still within the timeline, right? Because I thought we had to do it in
So
May.
you guys can start reviewing.
Correct. We're still in the timeline for review and take it to council.
Okay. But
Uh-huh.
okay for this one.
Okay, moving on to announcements. Any announcements? No, like I said before, Elizabeth, if you could relate to staff, we are willing to work with staff in whatever way we could get things moving as fast as we can. Like Hector said before, he works for the public day school system, so does Jessica. So we do have some research that are available to us. I do understand there's protocol that we have to follow, but again, time is sensitive. Time is something that we can't get back. So like I said before, we're all willing to work together in getting this done as quick as possible when presented.
I'll relay that back to your guys' liaison. And again, if I have any updates or if Clarissa requests me to update you guys, I will update the best as I can, but I will follow up with her tomorrow. So
no, there's no announcement. I'm gonna make my comment again for the second month in a row. And I don't know for however long I need to keep making it, but I do worry that, again, we're such a small committee. We cannot even talk about subcommittees, and yet we're shorthanded. I'm still hopeful that whatever the town decides to do, that they fill that open pack or position that they have in EAB. I don't know what's going on with that or what's up with that, but I think it's important. Today I was really scared with that scholarship vote, because I figured, look, it's very easy. 4 applications, it could go
either way.
4-4-4, 3-3-3, you know what I'm saying? And then we don't have that tie-breaking vote. We never counted with the grant companies actually throwing in a vote. So
Well, she says, Andrea always says that she votes, and she actually, I think it was the last year. No, not last year, because last year was the COVID. The year before, she had said, well, no one invited me to the meeting because she wasn't invited that last one, the 2019. So, because I have we talked to her personally and whatever. I could talk to her through because of my Lead Scars for Cure and whatever else. And she's like, Jessica, I didn't vote, and we usually have a vote. So I guess that's something that maybe this time maybe she called, maybe she was finally invited. I don't know, but I know she told me that they voted before. I mean, I guess before I was in the committee, and maybe you, Hector, as well, because we hadn't seen her in the past 2 years. So.
No, I've never seen her.
Yeah. So Elizabeth, I'm with Hector as well. I'm sure Mario and everybody else that for the next meeting, we'd like to have another committee member be present, because it's been 2 meetings already?
2 or 3.
The last one and this one?
Correct.
The one before.
If I may, I do believe in the last council meeting, that subject was brought up
yes.
to all the council members.
I believe it's Councilwoman Ruano's spot, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Let me because I'm still learning the logistics of being a liaison. So let me get to the town clerk. Let me get to Gina tomorrow. I'll send her an email, and I'll see how we can approach so Councilwoman Ruano can appoint someone, or unless she has someone. So let me.
We had, if I may, Elizabeth, we had a council member, Jackie Vercur, on the committee, and that we had approached the town. She was hoping that she could get renominated. Well, again, we had talked to I believe Gina and Claricel and see how that would perspire, but we haven't got any word back on. Again, it's Councilwoman's decision, but I do not know if she's aware that that Jackie would like to come back. If you could relay the message, that would be great. Maybe that makes the decision a little easier for her.
Okay, so Mario, Chair, please send me an email with her full name, and if you have her email by any chance, I will definitely get that update tomorrow with you guys. I'll speak with Gina to see what's the update and how soon we can appoint someone already.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Of course.
Any other announcements?
Nope.
Seeing none. Again, just going over things we have for next meeting. We have the 2 topics with the
awards, right?
Award. Okay, we have, hopefully we'll get an update for the Satori.
Mario, no, wait. Elizabeth, not an update, actual communication.
Correct.
Actual communication with the principals or whoever their liaison is down, not an update, because every time we come up with an update, it's always, we don't have an update.
And hopefully,
so that's like done.
Hopefully we'll hear back from Bank United, and then we will get that going. Other than that, thank you all for coming tonight.
But before you close, Mario, let me take a second just to say thank you to Councilman Collazo. I did approach the council at that committee chair meeting that we had, and he has shown up quite a bit, and I do appreciate that. I've always said that it's important. We've been appointed by the council to be here. It'd be nice that they know what we're doing, that we're representing them well. And if not, to give them the chance to replace us if need be, right? So I don't know, I just want to say I appreciate Mr. Collazo attending our meetings and all the other council members who are showing up lately.
Thank you, Hector.
Yes.
Yeah, I appreciate the feedback, Hector, and you as a former chairman and now, the same thing with Mr. Pinheiro. You guys have open access to me. I think I talked to Mario maybe, I think over the past couple of weeks, 2 or 3 or 4 times about different issues, The other thing is if there's something that you need our help in, you have a very accessible council that's willing to be very responsive to whatever, issues that may come up. So you did make the suggestion and we heard you loud and clear. And for me, I'm going to tell you my takeaways from this meeting has been very eye-opening. I also hear some frustration. Don't think that that's lost.
Sorry, it's me.
No, it's you know what? I don't work in the school system. I work in the private sector. There are some people that are used to bureaucracies, right? I've gotten used to the bureaucracy of government and of governance, so to speak. But it's so irritating to me because in the private sector, I would have just gone and resolved the issue myself. So I hear that frustration as well, and I think what you're asking for is perfectly normal, and I think you guys need some answers on why those things are happening or not happening. So those messages will be relayed as well. So that's what was eye-opening to me, to understand sometimes the frustration where you guys are coming from, and I think that helps us puts us in a better position to make decisions. So I just appreciate Hector, when you made the recommendation, I thought you were right on point, and I think we do need to be a little bit more present. And I appreciate you recognizing the fact that some of us are making those efforts. So thank you.
Thank you, Louis. Really appreciate that. Anyone else?
No. Elizabeth, you said we can contact William. We can send him an email, like
Yeah.
individually.
Yes, you
To
can
find
contact.
out how it's going with Bank
You
United?
can contact Willie.
Okay.
I'll ask him again tomorrow, and I just want to say I will try as much as I can on my part to help the committee and Claricel in getting you guys' answers, because I understand how frustrating it is. So I apologize that I didn't have any answers on my part, nor was I aware of any answers or was reflected it. So I wrote down notes, and I will hopefully get back to you guys on appointments and any updates that you guys need from our side.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I call adjournment at 6:37. Do I have a second?
Second it.
All in favor?
Hi.
Thank you guys for coming. Really appreciate it.
Bye, guys.
All right. Thank you. See you guys.
Next meeting, we can have cafecito.
Yes, that's right.
Bring it.
Hector, you're in charge.
Cafecito.
Hector, you're bringing the coffee.
Take care, guys.
All right, guys. Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, Elizabeth?
Mayor, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, I can. I'm going to stay on the call for the upcoming meeting as well.
No
Okay?
problem. No problem. It's a pleasure to have you. So thank you for all your input.
Yeah, appreciate you as well. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you. Vice Mayor, would you like me to send you the agenda?
No, I'm not speaking on any specific item. I just wanted to
Listen in.
the same thing that we did at the last meeting.
Okay.
I
Listen in.
committed to some of the chairs that I would be attending more frequently the meetings. So I'm just following through on that.
No, thank you so much. Let me know if you have any questions or.
Sure,
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
What?
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. This is Esperanza Reynolds for public comments.
Hi, Hope. How are you? Can you
How are
hear me?
you?
Good. How are you? Let me just rename you here.
Super. So I will mute myself and wait. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, my dear brother.
Hi, gang. It's Rudy Blanco.
Hi, Rudy. Let me just rename you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Hey, Rudy. Let me just rename you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Well, I didn't know we have a famous comedian now living in Miami Lakes. No, no, this one hit, this one was, won a trip out to American Idol. I didn't even know. He's now on Manny's Tick, 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 Twat, Twat, whatever his show. Think I'm gonna open up my own TV show at home in one of the rooms. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Chair, whenever you're ready, you can go ahead and start. Chair, whenever you're ready, you can go ahead and start.
All right, I guess, I don't know. Let's see if we meet quorum. Let's take, this is the Blasting Advisory Board meeting for May 17th, 2021. We'll do a roll call.
Three up there, three. Or three?
You want to take roll call?
All right. Miguel Martinez.
Hey, we need you to speak up, though. We can't hear you.
Okay. Miguel Martinez.
That's me.
Rudy Blanco.
Present.
Joanna Hurtado. Present. Yvonne Moreno. Esther Colon.
Present.
Angelo Cordera.
Close enough. Present.
Apologies.
No issues.
Dr.
I've been called
Juan
worse.
Farrar.
I believe Yvonne Moreno was removed already.
I'm sorry?
Yvonne Moreno was removed.
Yvonne Moreno. I see Dr. Berg on.
Present.
Magali Rubio. Present. Alejandro Sanchez. Glenn Deswicki. I apologize if I mispronounce your name. Rafael de la Vega. Ray Garcia.
Present.
Stephen Herbert.
Present.
Peter Thomas.
Present.
Who else am I missing? Am I missing anybody else? Am I missing anybody else?
I think you had somebody else you mentioned. I think was removed also.
Right, Rafael, I think it was. Yeah.
All right.
De la Vega.
Rafael de la Vega. I have him here.
Yeah, he actually left, I think. He wasn't necessarily removed.
You have quorum. Okay. So we have quorum then.
We have quorum.
Excellent.
Yep.
All right. So there's a lot of information I have to go over again today.
You have public comments, Wayne.
Yep. So we're going through the agenda. So next up is for public comments.
We do have public comments. Ms. Hope Reynolds.
Esperanza Reynolds, 8465 Menzies Terrace. I just want to congratulate this committee for all the accomplishments that you are achieving. There's such activity now with regards to blasting that is quite impressive. The TV coverage on Shaking Mad was so incredibly good. It's been something necessary to make blasting like our #1 priority. So thank you so much for everything that you do, and I hope that we do have a blast bike ride. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Vice Mayor Luis Collazo. I'm just going to be on the call. I'll be listening in. If there's any questions or anything you may need, I'll be more than happy to chime in, but I'm just going to be listening in only. Thank you.
I believe Amy Lipson are here for public comments.
I'm here to watch.
Okay, thank you. Chair, no more public comments on my end.
All right. Thank you. All right. Next on the list is the adoption of the past minutes.
Chair, I'd like to bring some corrections to the table, please.
Okay.
On the March 15, 2021 minutes, it says passed. This is the first time we're seeing the minutes. And on the April 29, 21 minutes, it says adopted. It's the first time we're seeing the minutes, so both of these minutes have to be corrected. I move to approve the minutes with corrections noted.
All right.
One more correction.
Thank you, Steve.
On my personal behalf. I guess I want some clarification on the minutes. For example, what's marked as page 70, that would be the minutes from the 4/29 meeting? What's marked on page 70, that would be the minutes from the 4/29 meeting? Okay. If we just get corrected, I was in attendance at that meeting.
I think we're pretty much
Yeah, we'll
social
wait.
distanced apart. We can hear each other. I have a few items as well. On the 15th, item number 6, although the financial offers directive was on the list, we didn't get to speak about it. So this was to be removed. Item number 6.
I also have a correction on the 419. I was actually present, but by phone. I remember that we didn't have a quorum on that day or something, but I was present by phone, not in person.
Who's speaking?
It's Rudy Blanco.
It does say present on March 15th,
Yeah,
Rudy.
you're on.
It indicates present, Rudy. You're okay.
Okay, perfect.
Through the chair to Steve, I just didn't get to hear Steve what correction he wanted to make.
It would be on the 29th, the April 29th here meeting. Just correct that I was present at that one.
I think that's all I see. Anybody else? Any other comments on it?
Thank you. Angela, have you seen anything? It's our job to look at the
All right, so we have a
minutes.
second.
Steve seconded?
Yeah, I'll second
All right, all in
those
favor?
changes.
Aye.
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 So motion to move the meeting minutes as amended.
Did she hear that? Elizabeth, did you hear the amendments, the corrections we made to the minutes from March and April? I took notes just in case.
It's being recorded. If you could speak into the mic, please.
Yes, I am. I'm taking down all the notes
All right, thank you.
for your, yes, for your liaison.
All right. Several meetings ago, we had a list of activities, different members that had volunteered to address. I was wondering if we can get a status report of those items. As I know, I was asked to contact 555 regarding the Mega Mall. I spoke with a gentleman in planning out of their Las Vegas office. He informed me that they were delayed because of COVID and some business issues that they had, but they are moving forward with the Mega Mall. They are planning to submit plans in November of this year, and they're giving or allotting 1 year to have the plans approved. They're expecting construction then, that would be 2022 to 2023 to start construction. They had previously told me that they expect it to take 3 years of construction, where they would be opening in phases after phase 2. So phase 1 and 2 would be then open and then complete phase 3 thereafter. So it is a go. I asked them also if they're aware of the blasting. They were aware of it, and their hopes were that the mine would be completed before they start construction, quote unquote. Anybody else?
My only comment would be if the town created the flyers that they were going to create, and if they created the survey, our communications media department was supposed to do that, and we still haven't received anything.
Can you give me some background on that, Esther?
You can, I'm going to refer you to the meeting of March 15th, 5D and 5E. We were supposed to create a flyer informing them about the blasting in the community and to create some kind of a survey, you know, the surveys that the town does. And we wanted one to see if, how many residents would respond as it pertains to blasting.
So your liaison did not mention anything to the communications department, myself or Brandon Diaz, the marketing specialist, but I will follow up with her on that.
Right, so it's on March 15th, old business item D and E.
Yes.
I would appreciate that. Thank you,
Yes,
Elizabeth.
I'll follow up.
There was on the previous agenda, I saw that Johanna Huerta was going to be speaking with FIU. There was some email exchanges on the agenda. She's not present now. I don't see. We don't know anything about that?
No, I was not aware or given any information from your liaison.
Through the chair, as far as the survey goes, I know we were discussing it, and as far as mapping where people live, that was something we could not do. I know the town didn't feel comfortable with that, which is fine. And then we ended up, if I'm not mistaken, in the last meeting, putting the survey aside for now. Is that what if I remember correctly? If anybody can chime in on that one.
Repeat that last part again. Raymond, if you could repeat that last part again.
Yeah, I know that the survey we were going to do, it was asking questions about where people lived in the town, and that was something that the city didn't feel comfortable with. So that part of it was put aside. And I know we were considering doing a Survey Monkey kind of thing to get people's opinion on the blasting, if they were affected by the blasting. That did not include, you know, where exactly they live. And I believe that's where we left that, the last discussion that we had.
Raymond, who in the town did you communicate that said they were not comfortable with?
No, the attorney, Lorenzo, said that we should not have the addresses as part of the survey.
Or a map or anything that delineated where they lived in the town. So keeping it simple to a simple Survey Monkey kind of thing would be the easiest thing to do, I would believe.
Raymond, I think we agreed on that because of the public records law.
Right.
I'm sorry?
I think we agreed on that because of the public records law. We're
Yes.
just asking
Well,
for
there you go.
the
There you
status
go.
of where the Survey Monkey or a sample of the survey is.
But we could have,
Chair, if I may?
I believe it was do a anonymous comments as far as the survey, where we can get at least a consensus of what the town is thinking. You have a
Mr. Chair?
question? Yes.
Yes, Lorenzo Cubiella, here, your deputy town attorney. And by the way, the reason I've been coming to these meetings is that the resolution calls for me to be attending these meetings and be at your disposal for anything that you need.
You're breaking up. It sounds muffled.
The reason that we did not go forward with that item was precisely what Ms. Colin said. It was an issue of public records law. So the minute that we start compiling all that information, I mean, we're creating, you know, this database that really can be used pretty much for anyone, for anything. And so it's something that you have to be careful about. I do believe that at the last meeting, I do recall discussing creating perhaps a very simple Survey Monkey that could ask maybe a few questions and could be distributed out to gather some data. And I do not see any major issues with that. If there's some information or some idea of what you want to do, put it together and we can tinker with it and bring it back to you.
Through the chair, I know that I sent a couple of questions to Claricel before that, a couple months ago. I could remove the part that asks for where they live or stuff like that, and I can send it back to Claricel. She can send to Lorenzo to look over. So I can go ahead and do that tonight after the meeting or during this meeting, if you'd like.
That'd be fine. I think if Claricel could distribute, once you submit to her, she could distribute to everybody so that we all get on the same page.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. There was, I recall comments with joining the League of Cities. We've reached out to Miramar for Miramar joining with us. This month they reenact their committee. It had sunsetted the month prior. They had a representative at the last meeting. Has anybody reached out? Has the town reached out to advise of the meetings?
Unfortunately, I was not given any information.
I'm sorry, I'm really having a hard time hearing
I'm
you.
sorry. Unfortunately, I was not given any information if anybody reached out.
Okay, can we make, I'd like to put a motion then, if we can have the town advise Miramar the calendar for every meeting that we have, so they're aware of it.
I will let your liaison know. I will let your liaison know.
Thank you. All right. Anything else? That's all I have for the past.
Through the chair, basically, we've been talking and talking. I mean, just wanted to find out, on the status of when this bike ride is going to take place and when the blasting day is going to take place. I mean,
All right, it's the next item on the agenda.
Is that the next one?
So let's close out number 6. If there's anything else pending, so we can go to the next item.
Through the chair, just a question. I believe the last meeting we had some, just to make sure we'll discuss it, some requests to be of certain matters to be approved by the city. That's in the new business. Did you make any requests at the last council meeting, basically, to the town council for any
For the council, yeah, that's where item number 7. I wrote a letter and I presented to the council, and they unanimously approved every item.
Okay, great.
So that's item number 7. I want to get into that. So, all right. So moving to item number 7. Do you have the letter that I had prepared for that? Can you put that on the display?
Yes, give me just one moment to share my screen.
Thank you.
Can everyone see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think we're going to need binoculars next meeting. Yeah. All right, but that's not the letter I wrote.
That is the only email I received from your liaison.
Can't hear you.
That's the only email I received from your
It
liaison.
wasn't an email. It was from the previous, for the town council. I submitted for approval on it. All right. Well, I have it here. I guess we'll review it. I was hoping you have it on the screen. I read it into record at the last council meeting.
Chair, I'm gonna try to see if I can find it and then I can share my screen and everyone can see it. So, but if you want to continue going on, then I'll look for it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, your mic is muffled.
No, I was saying I'm gonna look for it online and then, so that way it can be shared with the group. But if you want to continue discussing it.
I'm sorry, Lorenzo, we really can't make out what you're saying.
Lorenzo's gonna try to find it online. He probably has it in his email, and for now you can start reading it, and then maybe when he finds it, he can share screen.
My ears are losing it. Are you hearing it? Can you hear it?
Lorenzo, can you guys hear me now?
Can you speak up?
Yeah.
Excuse me, just one moment to share my screen.
Thank you.
Okay. Lorenzo's gonna find it online, and he's gonna share his screen. For now, you can read it from your laptop because I haven't received anything from the liaison.
That'll be perfect. Thank you.
Chair, while Lorenzo finds his email, do you want to read it to everyone?
I'll go over the points, it's not to waste more time. It basically was 5 items. Item number 1 was a letter that was penned between the previous chair, Dr. David Bennett, and myself. And it's a letter in support of the letter that was written by Mayor Sid, sent to the President Biden. A lot of people posted that they were in support of the letter. Other people advised that they had problems with the letter, and the reality was they weren't aware of the history and the timeline of things happened. So Dr. Bennett and myself wrote a letter in response to that and in support. The intent of the letter was that it be placed on the town's website where people can sign it electronically. Once it reached, or we kept it X amount of time, which I think we could discuss today, several weeks, a month or whatnot, or whatever time it takes to obtain X amount of signatures to submit to the president as well. So that we were also asking, or
I have the letter. If I'm allowed to share my screen, I can put it up on the.
Lorenzo, let me make you a co-host. Right. I made you a co-host. Are you able to share your screen?
Should be.
There.
Is it showing that, or is it showing something else?
it's there if you could zoom in on it so we can read it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lorenzo.
Is that good, Chair?
Not from my eyes, it's not. We read it at the last meeting, so we're all aware of what we're talking about. Nonetheless, we would like to have this placed on the town's website as discussed at the previous council. So if we can get some updates with that. Do we have an update on that?
I was not informed any updates.
All right. If we can please get an update on that, to place it on probably best put it as its own tab where people can digitally sign it. We requested that Senator Graham be the first to sign it, being that he established this town, and he's a personal friend of the president. It's pretty eye-opening, if you will, for those that aren't aware of the history and what Mayor Sid has done I think it's imperative that we get this taken care of immediately. We're
Um,
losing time on it.
I'm making note as we speak to Clarissa on this, on how we can put it online.
Next item was that the Chief Financial Office, they created a website. This happened because Senator Diaz had a law passed, or a bill passed into law last year, and the CFO's office neglected to act on it. Representative Fabricio addressed it with them, and they created a website where the public can post their complaints and whatnot. However, the CFO's office is responsible for monitoring the blast limits, not complaints of damages or anything of the such. They did create this website, and they are providing a standard reply to each complaint being received. However, each complaint is being logged and is accounting for statistical data that once they realize the amount and volume of complaints, there is a significant issue. The complaint vehicle which they provided is to download a PDF file, you print it, fill it out, scan it, and email it back. It's a very archaic form or manner for which to do it this day and age. So this board recommended that we do a form filler of sorts and add it to the town's application and our website. The form filler will easily submit as a PDF, or if the state can receive the data, raw data directly, so be it. It's a very easy task to do. There are multiple applications that have this already, and it's a matter of embedding this application in with the proper fields into the town application. I'm assuming that we don't have an update for that. Okay, if we can address that as well.
Through the chair, if I can just add something there, and I'm happy to do it. I remember discussing with Representative Fabricio's office that they were going to push for an update on the website. I'm happy to bug them as much as possible.
Most welcome if you do, sir.
Thank you, Steve.
Get that update, because also what I remember from the last meeting is that I believe I agree a form filler is great, but we still need to get that to the state, and the state might not just take our form; they still might want to have the scanned or the email signed copy.
Right. But the application can create a PDF and just submit at and that's it.
But I'll take the role of getting in touch with any representative that needs to be, but specifically Representative Fabricio and Rizzo.
I think it was not so much Fabricio wanted the data to be done, but I think the collection of this data, or the creation, would be through the town, and it'd be an add-on to the town's application.
Right.
Maybe contact or work with the IT department here at the town.
I'm happy to do that too.
It is a pretty simple embedment.
It is. I'll take it. I'll contact with the town and well with the representative of
Excellent.
Both ends.
Thank you. All right. Town resident Hope Reynolds came up with an interesting idea for advocacy and getting the community involved, which was the Blast bike ride, what we were discussing. She had requested that State Rep Fabricio and Rizzo lead the pack and we ride through the town. I know she's created a points of interest in which we could stop or make stops and look at damages firsthand. I understand Clarissa had mentioned that the police would be the ones creating the pathway to make sure we have a secure path of travel. They would also be doing the escorting of the group. I think it's a fantastic idea. I spoke with Fabricio directly, and he advised me that this week he's in session, a special session that they have, that next week he will be made available and returning to South Florida at any time thereafter. So as long as we could schedule it accordingly. I know this month is bike month. I think you're a rider as well. Now you say it.
To the chair, I have one question. We do have sunshine laws. When you say point of interest, reference a bike ride blast, I wasn't aware of anything, so if there's any conversation that's being held, I think that we should have some kind of attachment to our agenda, so we know what's being, who's talking about what. I did not hear about the point of interest from anything reference Hope Reynolds.
Right, it's Hope Reynolds. Actually, I had requested that to Claricel to include Hope Reynolds in the planning, and including these specific points.
I
So,
understand,
Hope
and our
Reynolds-
liaison didn't get any update
Right.
from our liaison. Thank you, Elizabeth.
So that's where I'm filling in and where it's coming about. She's the one who thought up the idea, and I think it'd be proper that Hope be the lead on it. Hope has created a flyer for her community and her email contacts. I'm on her list, and I think that's probably, if you're not on the list, her list, the information where it's coming from. So it's basically her idea and joining the town to get this happening. I know that the Claricel had recommended to join forces. There was another committee, neighborhood improvement, I think, for them to spearhead this. So I was hoping to get updates on that as well.
I just feel
Personally,
uncomfortable when we're speaking about stuff and people are talking about this and we really have no information. So it'd be nice if next time when they have an agenda that they put an attachment to give us a status update report. Instead of the liaison is not present and the person who's sitting in on her behalf has no information, if they have a status update report attached to the agenda, then maybe we have the answers to your questions in absence of our liaison.
Okay.
Chair, I was wondering, since this has to do with Bike Month and transportation, did Claricel mention?
Say it again.
Apologies. I'm curious, since this month is Bike Month and Hope and you and Neighborhood Improvement are kind of gaining alliances, have we included our transportation planner of the town to possibly give some points in?
I think it'd be fantastic. What I have discussed is all I know. It's just I asked that Hope be included in the conversation.
Yes.
And that's it.
Okay,
So,
I will update Claricel, and I will also get Michael Zayes Morales. He's our transportation planner. He's been doing such a wonderful job at the town to get involved, because I know he gets involved with neighborhood improvement, and bicycle transportation is very near and dear to his heart. So we can get him involved in this initiative.
fantastic. Thank you. I think
Do you at least have a tentative date?
I was going to say, I think the first item that we should find is a date that we
should
can
do
work
that
with.
today because of Bike Month is this month. We need
Right.
to look at a date for this month. It's already
It
halfway
would have to
gone.
be, I guess, the 29th. but this-
Elizabeth, we'd have to look at the community calendar to make sure it's available.
I mean, all we could do is give a recommendation. Obviously, the police they take lead on it as far as the escort. But not with the police, though. The police department.
They remember me, that weekend is a Memorial Day weekend, so.
Oh, okay. I wasn't even aware.
Yes. So
Yep.
Supposed to be on the boat then, huh?
So May 29th, just so you guys are aware, every Saturday we do have our farmers market and yoga in the park.
Right.
Those are two recurring events right now.
Well, it's
on a Saturday.
That weekend, as they're saying, it's Memorial Day weekend.
It's Memorial, so
So that's out.
Yeah.
This weekend is too soon, obviously. So the earliest. What is the 5th?
That's right after Memorial Day.
right after Memorial. See?
The 12th is Father's Day, right? So is that the week before Father's Day?
I think so.
The 5th is Saturday, yeah.
Yes. So June 5th, we only have Miami Lakes, our farmers market, and yoga in the park. It depends what time you guys want to do this bike ride.
Well, the time is like I said, the police take the lead because they're doing the escort and the coordination of it. But we're trying to suggest a date that's viable. So I think that if we could do it on the June 5th, it may be a good date.
I think
If it's agreeable with them.
I think that's a good date in terms of marketing and communications. We can promote, we can do a nice marketing campaign, we can add it in the newsletter for June and do a press release and all of that. So I think June 5th gives us enough time to plan and get our transportation planner involved as well.
Excellent. All right, so our tentative date will be June 5th.
I expect the helmet.
How's your bike? What's that?
But she got her bike tuned up?
She got to take off the training wheels, I think, or something.
Put training wheels just in case.
All right, we discussed the blasting day, where we're talking about having some minor refreshments and giving out and distributing information. The last meeting, Councilman Rano had the idea of reaching out and having it in other locations. Possibly in Miramar would be nice. And if they have a community center of sort or a park, would be fantastic.
I think Angela has a comment.
I mean, if the car is broken in Miami Lakes, why would we fix it in Miramar?
It's about joining forces and raising attention and getting numbers together. It's not about drawing lines. We got to take the lead of or let the energy wave take the lead and we follow it. So wherever it's affecting, we need to go there. We need to bring them back here.
Okay.
To the chair, I think I agree with Angelo. I think that if you're having a Blast Bike Day on June 5th, I do not see why we cannot have an awareness day at the farmers market before or after the event, where we give out the flyers that we're talking about, inform about the survey. I mean, why can't we have a Blasting Day awareness day the same way we're going to have a bike ride? The bike ride's not going to be a 4-hour event.
Do you think can have it the same day and we end the ride at the...
Yes, and then somebody, not everybody rides. Let's start with that. Not everybody in the committee rides a bike.
All right.
So some will be, I will ride the bike.
I think you just made Steve happy. I don't know.
No. I mean, I don't even have a bike, honestly. So I'm happy to use somebody else's. But.
3 wheels.
I just think that we can have somebody at the booth have an awareness campaign for BAB. We've been working at this hard. I have not missed one meeting. We don't get status reports. I think we need to have an awareness campaign, and if our members have to man the tent, give out the information, we can get flyers. Let's have an event, and let's have it in the town of Miami Lakes, because we did not sunset our committee. I have been sitting at this chair a month, and I've been following you for 2 years now. So it's not like, this is not Miramar. We did not sunset. We've been meeting. So, I think let's pat ourselves on the back and let's have an awareness campaign in the town of Miami Lakes at the farmers market in conjunction with the Blast Ride Day.
Through the chair, I'll be happy to man that booth. I think that's a good idea, Ms. Colon has.
I would love to second that too. I think it's a great idea, and I promise that I will take it to every radio station that I'm connected with to promote it.
That's excellent.
Thank you.
I agree with all that. This is Rudy Blanco.
Okay, now
Definitely.
do we think the farmers market would be the best venue, or have it at the park on the west side?
No, they're having a lot of foot traffic at that farmers market. Have you been?
Yes.
Yes.
There's a lot of foot traffic
There's
there.
a lot of traffic, thousands of people.
A lot of traffic.
Less than 1,000 people a day are going through there. There's a lot of people that are be interested, and not only from Miami Lakes, but people coming from PSN and stuff like that.
What time is the market, what are the hours of the market? do you
From
know?
9 to 5, I believe, right?
It's 9
Yes,
to 5.
correct.
That's right, 9 to 5.
And
Yeah,
we
yeah.
also have a lot of, it's not even farmer market vendors. We're having vendors from our summer camp partnerships, giving out flyers there. So I think it's a great idea to have a table there. We can get in touch with our vendor and he can provide a table. And you guys can give out flyers, brochures, whatever you want to bring to the market.
All right, so we could start on, maybe do what my thoughts, do it in flipped, that we start on the west side of town and ride into the east side of town to the market. That could be a nice destination point then.
And I also propose that this committee has not had a T-shirt like all the other committees have. We don't have a banner like all the other committees have. And it would be nice that we have an awareness table and we have a banner that says the Blasting Advisory Board. It would be nice if we get recognized for the work that we do and be issued a T-shirt like all the other committees have. Yes, I may be asking a lot, but I'm really frustrated that we get ignored. Or I feel we're being ignored. It's okay, everybody can just look at me, you know.
It'd be a good time now then for it, huh?
All we're doing, through the chair, all we're doing is, I haven't been following you guys for the last 2 years, but I mean, and it's just been, the wheels are spinning and spinning and spinning. It's time to, get this show on the road.
That's what we're trying to do. I mean, I think the amount of movement that is happening recently has been fantastic, finally. It's too little too late, but we need to take advantage that it is occurring and do so. I think the ending, if we can do the destination point to the farmer's market, I think it will be a major benefit for everybody.
It works great because the town has done those events where they start at one point and stop at a given destination. I mean, it's going to work great. And I'm sure between the transportation department, this is not new to them. We do this often. So I can't see, it's going to be a huge success if they take the lead and the town does some kind of an agenda and a schedule and proposal and a flyer and gets it together. Right, Elizabeth?
I completely agree. And I think with the tentative date of June 5th, we have that nice amount of time frame. Chair, I'm going to connect you with our transportation planner and with your liaison so you can get the ball rolling and bounce ideas off of him. And then, so I think it's a great idea. We can also provide it in our newsletter. I create the newsletter, monthly newsletter, so we can put that to promote it.
What's the date of the newsletter coming out?
The date of the newsletter comes out, we like to set it a couple of days before the month ends. So let me look at my calendar. So I like to get it out. It's Memorial Day weekend, so if I can't get it out on the 27th or 28th, I get it out on that first week of June.
Okay. All right, if you could share, send me whatever you're needing for a write-up or for whatever information you want to post on there, I'll be happy to take a look at it. And thoughts as far as if we're maintaining it within the town boundaries and inviting other committees to have booths. I think personally, I think it would be a great idea to show some awareness of the town and the activities that the town that occurs within it. I think the farmers market would benefit tremendously if we had multiple committees in here. Thoughts on that?
Through the chair. And actually, as Esther said, let's get our T-shirts because we want people to recognize us and see who we are, or what we're all about.
I think it's great. It's a great idea.
Esperanza Reynolds, may I make a comment?
Absolutely.
Just do not forget that one of the great ideas was to have a booth where people could actually sign the forms or fill out a petition or get information from the blasting process. But the idea of getting signatures for this effort was just an excellent thought during the meeting that when I came up with this idea. Thank you.
Right, and the signatures can go on those forms for the complaints to go to the CFO's office. So joining forces with that. All right. So we're set for June 5th, if we can move forward with that.
Chair, I do want to ask you, were you able to contact the Liaison for Neighborhood Improvement Committee if you want to partner up in this initiative?
I'll partner up with whomever wants to help out.
So I will ask William Sanchez. I know his committee meeting is coming up, so he can add it in the agenda. So I'll try to connect everyone for further discussion.
That'll be fantastic. Thank you.
This would be a big event for us, right? And finally, just taking a step to do something. And I agree. I think putting your two ideas is perfect, honestly. Should we have a meeting the week before to make sure everything's lined up? We have a sunshine issue, right?
Absolutely.
Yes, we should have a meeting, Steve.
It's basically a subcommittee is what it falls under for this activity.
Through the chair, if you request that subcommittee meeting to be calendared now, we should be able to have a meeting before our next regular meeting.
Right.
Correct. And then that way you can have the transportation planner and
maybe the neighborhood improvement.
And neighborhood improvement,
Maybe
either the chair or the liaison. I'm not sure how that works when we're take two, but definitely Mike, our transportation planner. So
All right. If you could check the calendar availability.
I would have to speak with Gina since she's the one who schedules the public meetings and has the time slots.
Okay.
Maybe you guys can give me a recommendation on when would you like to meet next, and then I'll give her that recommendation tomorrow.
So we're looking at the 5th. I need and of the week of prior from the 31st on, I'd probably be ideal. Or what about 2 meetings? Make sure everything is taken care of. I'm thinking.
So I'm thinking,
if we meet
because
here.
Her newsletter goes out here.
Right.
So we can meet this week.
Yeah, I think we need to meet twice. I think we need to meet once next week, and then again the following week to make sure everything is tidied up.
So I can give her the recommendation. I know she likes to have all the committee meetings, not do a committee meeting on a separate date to save time. So we can do Tuesday, the 18th.
That's tomorrow.
I'm sorry, Monday or Tuesday, the 24th or the 25th.
25th is ideal for me. I don't know what everybody else thinks.
I mean, personally, I'm okay either day, but I think 25th will give us that one more Monday to get in contact with whoever needs to get in contact with. Yeah, Mondays are always difficult regardless.
All right, so the 25th.
25th. I will give her that recommendation, and I'll get back to you guys. Either your liaison will, or I'll email that. And then would you like to set another date?
Right, probably, I guess the following Wednesday and the 2nd.
Let me see. Wednesday the 2nd. Okay. I will speak to the town clerk, and I will get back to you guys.
Excellent.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Just a reminder that when I spoke to Tom Fabrizio about my concerns on the payload on that bridge. I don't know, for some reason it's just been wondering in my mind, how are they going to work the payload? The payload is
just for so we're all on the same page. I know it's been brought up multiple times, but I think I'm a major advocate, obviously, of information and education and being informed factually. The comparison keeps coming out of the FIU Bridge incident. The FIU Bridge incident. Now, mind you, I think we're in agreement that the end result of catastrophic failure is the same. It's catastrophic failure. However, the two conditions are not the same.
Right.
And we all need to understand that. The FIU bridge is a post-tension structure. In post-tension structure, you have the bases that support the bridge, pedestals, if you will, and then the beam that goes across for the bridge. That beam is actually, think of an arc. Now, it lays flat in concrete. Concrete, although it's rigid, can flex a little bit. There's some compression strength to it. So when they place the beams, it's built off-site. And the reason the FIU bridge is built this way is so that they can build it off-site, and the intention was never to close the highway. Once the pedestals were completed and the bridge was completed, the bridge member, the beam, would be then carried over the highway, placed on top of the pedestals. Cables are inserted inside the beam, and they're placed in tension. When they're placed in tension, the beam then pops up like an arc. That creates enough, in layman's terms, resistance, if you will, to take load. So this beam can then think of it bouncing this arcway. The problem with the FIU bridge was that the pedestal had a bad pour of concrete, and it was found to have a crack on the base. And the inspector from the general contracting company of the bridge called into the office to advise, do not put tension on this. It's not ready. It's cracked. They got to look at it. It was in several reports that he left a voicemail at the office, but it was too early in the morning. Nobody's at the office. So they didn't get the message to halt the job. They placed tension on the beam. The bridge collapsed. This is what happened with the FIU bridge. Now, the regular bridges here on 170th and 154, standard construction of the highway bridges is a precast beam of concrete and steel. It's not in tension as a post-tension beam as the FIU bridge. But here's the issue. In reinforced concrete, you have two dissimilar components: the steel rebar, the reinforcement, and the concrete. Combined, they're designed to flex, believe it or not. If you stop your car on top of a bridge, you're at a light, you'll feel that bridge bouncing. The wind sways it, the bridge bounces as the cars travel. You'll feel it's called deflection. But it's, yeah, yes? No. You'll feel the two components of steel and concrete working together in unison to allow the deflection to occur. However, it is, and I submitted the report to the council last week. There is a report in I think it was a university in Iran, if I recall. A reinforced concrete structure subjected to low frequency vibrations, such as seismic, what we're experiencing. They were studying earthquakes, but the seismic energy is the same. When there's low frequency, the low energy wave, structures they can take it. It doesn't really damage it. One hit. However, when you have multiple hits, the vibration, the two components vibrate differently because they're different densities. As they vibrate differently, they break the bond between the two items, the physical bond. So they're no longer acting as a structural composite. There is no cracks at this point, but the structural integrity has been jeopardized. I have no idea how they can test for this other than scanning with ultrasound and different x-ray equipment, but I don't know how they can detect this, if there's any separation between the steel and the concrete. And unfortunately, it will easily be seen if that bridge is loaded, which is the concern, and it fails that way. But it won't, I don't suspect it collapse the way FIU bridge will. It will break, but the steel's intact unless you exceed that load, which it shouldn't. But the bridge will fail at that point.
So my question to you is, it was a great one you brought in. If, God forbid, there is a fire on the west side, and you have to drive in 5 fire engines loaded to the tilt with water, and God forbid, you have all those fire engines on top of the bridge because they've got a massive traffic jam down on the hump, and all of a sudden, because things happen,
Correct.
Mother Nature's Mother Nature, and all of a sudden the miners decide at that moment to blast.
It won't happen.
Will everything?
No,
I mean,
that's. I'll have better chances winning the lottery if all those items happen.
Happen at the
However,
same time?
and I don't think it's relevant that the blast happens while the bridge is loaded. I think what would be significant that the bridge be loaded. And maybe one truck goes over and nothing happens. But if there's a caravan of fire trucks, that's a whole different story. I wouldn't want to be a firefighter at that point.
No, I understand that. I'm just asking these questions. Anything can happen.
So,
or it could be a caravan of five fire engines full of water. It could be a whole caravan of 100 cars up there.
well, it's slated that it's only emergency vehicles at this moment. Then the fire trucks, as you know, is a load that is no joke.
What I was told is that bridge was designed to transport cattle. I don't know if that's true or not.
Yes, yeah, that's the intent of the original intent of the
Cattles are
bridges.
one thing, and a fire engine that weighs tons and tons and tons is a total different animal.
I'm speaking out of turn.
Okay.
It was done by FDOT. FDOT has regulations for the span alone. So I don't want to assume, I want to hope that it's designed to withstand that type of loading. However, it doesn't concern me, my personal take, I don't fear it that it can't take the load of a series of trucks, of fire trucks. What I fear is that it has received, or obviously it has received energy wave, but that it's subjected to damage within, internal. And that's not easily seen unless it's fully addressed.
Okay.
That is my concern for that.
Hope it the best.
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right.
All right, so the last thing, I know Johanna had listed on the last agenda regarding she had contacted FIU. I was hoping that she would be here and to discuss it. That if you had read the agenda, it's on there requesting from me a letter to FIU to spearhead a study. I know that Tom Fabricio also, the representative, was addressing it with FIU as well. I'm not certain where they're at, if it's been done, if it's been spoken, and I'm only going by reading the agenda item that they were asking for me to write a letter. I was hoping to get some clarity on it. But that being said, I will go ahead and pen a letter as well to FIU, so FIU can receive it and put a little expediency on that.
Yeah, just put them on notice.
The town on the state Fabricio side, the town had approved that letter, and I think on both sides it's the same. It'll be the same letter, quote unquote. So I think we should just go ahead and take care of that as well. So I will write that letter for that.
Okay.
All right. So that concludes the items that were requested to the council. How much time do we have left?
We have about 20 or so minutes.
Okay. All right. I wanted to review this item has been an issue of contention on multiple levels. And I think, again, in the light of information and educating the public, I think this should be stated. If you can pull up, please, the first item on that list, the statute 552. This is the Florida statutes with regarding to blasting.
Give me one moment as I pull that up. Let me share my screen. Can everyone see my screen? Let me pull up. statute.
I can see the monitor.
552. There we go.
All right, if you can open up, that's 552. We go down to 55225.
555.
Wow.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but I need to,
Yeah.
let me get it.
Yeah, I need it. Bought a brand new laptop and not using it.
Yeah. Speak for yourself.
It's right there, 55225.
All right. If you can't read that, we're in trouble.
Wait, go back up. I think it's, you passed it. 552.25, is that what you're looking for?
Right. If you go
Thank
down
you.
to
Municipal and county ordinances, rules and regulations.
All right. I'll read it. So for those of us that can't see that, I know I can't. It says 55225, municipal and county ordinances, rules and regulations. Nothing contained in this chapter, I'll repeat that, nothing contained in this chapter shall affect any existing ordinance, rule, or regulation pertaining to explosives of any incorporated city, town, county, or other local government entity in this state, not less restrictive than the provisions of this chapter and rules promulgated persistent thereto, or affect, modify, or limit the power of such incorporated cities, towns, or counties, or other local governmental entities to make ordinance, rules, regulations hereunder pertaining to explosives within their respective corporate limits. The first line, again, is nothing contained in this chapter. If you can open up, please, the next item where it says Miami-Dade County, Chapter 13. If you want to open another tab, probably the easiest way.
Which section would you like me to open?
You're gonna go. If you pick the link, it'll take you to chapter 13-1. And on here, it is the code for, or the ordinances for Miami-Dade County. It says application provisions to whom permit applications made. The chapter shall apply to both the incorporated and unincorporated areas in Miami-Dade County, Florida. That basically covers everything. This chapter shall apply at blasting sites to the use and storage of explosives and blasting agents. Application for county licenses and/or user permits required herein shall be made to the Director of Miami-Dade County Public Works Department. You can scroll through this section, and it goes through defining what a blast site, the charges, and including county license, user permits, the different types, the applications, appeals for refusal to issue a county license, and it goes through, I see this item, when there is a complaint to the county, it addresses misfires, adverse effects, including the air blast, which is actually what we feel, the air pressure increase, that's the air blast. And it sets the limits, the fly rock, ground vibrations, and you'll see it says, ground vibration shall be measured as particle velocity. Understand that the state law is 0.5 inches per second. the maximum allowable peak particle velocity shall not exceed 0.75 inches per second. So it's actually higher than the state law, as measured to the nearest building or structure not owned by or the user, or when measured distance 5,280 feet from the blast. So the point is that the regulations exist at the county level. Pre-blast survey notification is 1315. Claims. All claims of property damage arising out of the use of explosives shall be knowledgeable by the user or the user's agent. And I think very significant is 1317, the Director of Public Works Department to issue county license or user permits. The Director of Public Works Department is hereby authorized to issue county permits, the licenses that this position is to inspect and check any complaints that they may receive against blasting. It is in the Code of Ordinances for Miami-Dade County and coincides with 55225. Now, let me see. The last link I sent you, if you could please pick that link. This is House Bill 1535 in the year 2002. You have it there?
Yes, I do. Which bill
Okay.
would you like me to?
If we could just scroll through it, you're going to see the committee substitutes. You'll see bill text where it says engrossed 1. And this is the bill as it's discussed through the committees. Let it be known that the day before session in this this particular session, which happens on Fridays, the Thursday before Friday, before the last day of Friday, if you go to the third item down under Subcommittee Substitute 1, where it says Rep. Atkinson, now this particular bill was addressing heavy trucks on I-95, and I believe it was the safety cones on the highway. You will see an amendment placed on this bill for safety cones that introduced the, scrolling down, Construction Materials Mining Administrative Recovery Act. What does this have to do with safety of I-95? I have no idea. And if you scroll down through it, it describes the Division of Administrative Hearings, goes through the security requirements, goes through the bonds required by the miners of $100,000, the administrative remedy, what's established now. It says a person who seeks recovery of damages resulting in the use of explosives in connection with construction materials mining must file a petition with the Division of Administrative Hearings on a form provided by the division and accompanied by the filing fee of $100 within 4 years after the occurrence of alleged damage. The receipt of the petition and accompanying filing fee, the Division of Administrative Hearings shall, within 15 days, assign the matter to administrative hearing. Item number 3 is the items that must be included in your claim of damage. And in there it says the petition claiming damages must include A, the name and address of the petitioner, name and address of the respondent, the date, time, and place and use of explosives which is alleged to have resulted in damage to the petitioner. In other words, one blast, one damage. We've already established that a single blast does not cause a single damage. It's the repetitive cyclic nature of the energy wave of blasting. This is unconstitutional in my opinion. This uses the lack of information and of science against the public. Now, if we go back to 552, please. If you scroll down to 55230, it says, notwithstanding the provisions of 55225, the state fire marshals have the sole and exclusive authority to promulgate standards, limits, and regulations. But 25 says nothing in this chapter is going to preclude you from it. I'm not an attorney. I don't know, I think, Stephen, you're an attorney. If you want to give an explanation of how we have languages that, in my book, conflict with each other and still be legally binding.
Well, the key word is not less restrictive, right?
On 2.5, right.
On 2.5. So you can put in laws that are not less restrictive than what the state is allowing. So you can give, I mean, it's less restrictive. It's a little.
That's
useless.
with regards to the Munich Code, Chapter 13 for Miami-Dade County.
Which it isn't less restrictive. It actually allows for.
It allows more.
More blasting. So
but
that's
it also
allowed. So that's
right.
constitutional. Dade County, per the way I read the statute, Dade County could not say we're going to limit the blasting more than what the state law allows. And that's what it says. And you see that often with new laws because they. And sometimes you see it where they can't change current laws on the books sometimes. But moving forward, your laws are not, you can't put in new laws like you're seeing sort of in
okay, but we also have further regulations in the county level that aren't here. And this 3.0 says they have the sole and exclusive rights for the standard limits.
Right. Well, I guess what the way you would read it is the sole and exclusive rights for the standard limits. This is the most restrictive, and then if someone, I agree. The county's ordinance is basically what's the purpose, at least for when you're looking at the PPV.
For the PPV, but the rest of the items on the ordinance, that if we go, that's the limit. But we also have. The director is authorized from time to time to change, amend, modify, impose conditions and limitations around the county user permit. I had previously called the director, her name is Alice Bravo, and she had no clue of this statute.
Miguel, what happens also, it's Rudy, what happens also is that Dade County has a lot of home rules and preemptions and so forth, and sometimes they take priority, believe it or not, over the state in some issues and so forth. So I know that there's a conflict and so forth, but due to that, Dade County sometimes, and even Broward, they have their own rules and everything else, and they sometimes preempt whatever the state says.
Well, the bottom line is, I don't know what to make of it.
Yep.
Do you have any insight on that, Rudy?
We should probably ask the town attorney, Lorenzo. Interesting. Very interesting.
I understand what my colleague, Mr. Blanco, is saying, and that is true, that there are certain things. The state of Florida, when it comes to Miami-Dade County, can pass anything that are considered general laws of applicability.
I'm sorry, Lorenzo. I don't know if you get closer to the mic. We really can't hear you with the sound of the AC in here.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Now
I'm dealing with a lower computer, so you can't?
Yes.
Okay. So my colleague, Mr. Blanco, is correct. There are certain rules, and the way that the state distinguishes them is that laws that are general applicability affect all counties, but laws of special applicability, special laws, basically the Miami-Dade County Charter preempts anything that's a special law. Now, I have to see how the conflicts lie up. I could definitely take a look at it, Mr. Martinez, and if you want me to report back at the next meeting, I can certainly do so and give you guys just general gist of how that works in Miami-Dade County. That's fine.
All right, I also have a letter, with the respec study, when it was completed, they addressed this item, and restating what I'm alluding to, as far as the regulations aren't being properly followed. The mining industry issued a letter to the state regarding that they're in disagreement with the findings of the respec study. The CFO's office issued a letter in replying to them. They state that 55230, and the letter is posted on the state's website as well. Florida statute enacted in 2000 and after section 55225 provides that the state fire marshal shall have the sole exclusive authority to promulgate standards, limits, and regulations regarding use of explosives. It's basically restating what 3.0 is. Notably, section 1.0 of the report entitled Introduction expressly cites the statute and states that the fire marshal has exclusive authority over the regulatory area. The state fire marshal also possesses the sole discretion to delegate the applicable municipality or county the monitoring enforcement components regulation governing the use of explosives. The excerpted portions of section 5.12, 5.13, 5.4, 5.5, 5.7 referenced in the Miami-Dade Lime Rock correspondence is consistent with the statute cited above. For example, 5.12 states that section 5.5225, they repeat the ordinance, and as noted in the the Miami-Dade Lime Product Association correspondence, it provides a direct quote for the language in section 55230 and does nothing more than compare the language to the language in Rule 6.9. They're quoting the sites. The report says this sentence from section 5.7 cited in the Miami-Dade Limestone correspondence would be construed as an error only to the extent that a reader excerpts the sentence and reads it in isolation without reading the report and applying the sentence in context, the report being the respec report. The report consists of 94 pages of technical information that has excluded the numerous appendices to the document. Though we cannot agree that the excerpted provisions cited in the report contain misstatements of law, we do agree that excerpt portions of the report could be confusing to a reader who does not read the report in total and grasp the regulatory framework in sections 55225 and 55230. Since the report is a public record, we cannot redact it. However, in an attempt to prevent any further confusion by members of the public who access the report, which is available on the department's website, we will have a posting copy of the Miami-Dade correspondence and response to the report. The department hopes this information is helpful and responds to the issues identified in the Miami-Dade Limestone Product Association correspondence. So, what are we to make of this? It appears that each entity sees as they see fit, in my opinion anyway. I'd like to open the floor to discuss this if we can. I think this is big. I know we're running out of time as well.
We have around 5 more minutes, maybe a little bit less. So if you want to table it for next agenda.
I think it's a conversation that will be carried for sure.
Yes, I agree.
Chairman, and if we table it, let's make sure that we have these, whatever you're going to reference in a handout, because some of us are blind and can't see and not everybody brings a computer here.
Yeah, well, if you can please inform Claricel to send this to everybody. She has it. She's the one who sent it to me.
I will. I'll make a note of it.
I think this is the crux of, in my opinion, of the blasting issue that we have. This is destroying our properties, and laws are, in my opinion, are being cherry-picked. I'm not an attorney by no means. I do not claim to be, but I think I have a decent grasp of the English language. And I think I would prefer that we address this properly.
Why can't we have a subcommittee meeting? We have a couple attorneys on these boards, and why can't we pick their brains? That's why they're sitting on the board with us.
I would like to.
So why can't we have a little subcommittee meeting?
Yeah, I agree, and I think it's something that we need to
And
takes
Rudy
time to
needs to be
read
present,
and
Steve needs, I mean,
do it.
present, not on Zoom, present. And
Correct.
have the documents in front of us so we can follow. Not everybody follows you, Miguel.
Yeah, I agree, and it helps a lot when you have a few attorneys to brainstorm with, and then someone like you to discuss,
I
the
think
details.
that
on
would be very welcome.
It would be very productive.
To the chair, can we add that item as an adjunct to our other subcommittee meetings we're having? Because this is going to be it's a discussion we're going to have more than once.
Yeah, but I don't think we should, the subcommittee of the blasting day.
No, we
Make
can have
another
another
subcommittee.
subcommittee.
Another subcommittee, you're saying?
And please ask all the attorneys to be present.
Okay. I think Rudy is one. Who else is an attorney? Who else?
I mean, yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if it's proper to ask the town attorney to be present as well.
Oh, we're gonna ask.
Sure.
We're gonna really ask the town attorney to be here.
Of course, of course.
I think we should have, if we can request everybody to be present, physically present, so we can get some clarity in the sound issue as well, in particular.
I do want to remind everyone that starting in June, we're going back to in-person meetings, so.
Right.
Okay. But this needs to be addressed sooner than that, though. Can we set a date for
Yes. How soon would you like to set a date in May?
Yeah, this would be as soon as possible.
So what we have pending, and I've emailed the clerk already, is the 25th of May for the Bike Blast Ride Subcommittee. We can do, we have, starting next week, we can do Monday the 24th, Tuesday the 25th, or Wednesday the 26th.
To the chair, since Monday seems to be a hectic day to everybody, if the 25th is available, maybe you can have the blasting back to back, because you're not going to get 4 meeting dates. You're asking for too much. But if we can get one date and have a back-to-back meeting, why can't we do that? We're here already.
Right.
We just have to make sure Rudy is in front of here with Steve and anybody else, any other attorney on our committee. Or any attorney in the town is welcome to attend.
Absolutely.
Correct.
How's everybody's date then? Calendar for.
And through the chair, if I may, with all due respect, I've said it before and I'm going to continue to say it. I thank you so much for your time, sincerely, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I wouldn't have had the energy and the patience that you've got. I would have already quit a long time ago. I know. I'm just saying. I mean, he's been grinding this for quite some time, and he ain't gonna quit it. But we need to stop. All the pretty talk and all that, and we need to turn on the oven. The cookies need to start baking, Papa, and the pizzas.
I obviously couldn't agree with you more.
I like them all, Angelo. I like them all.
You made me hungry, Angelo.
All right, so the 25th.
I know, man.
The 25th is good for me. I don't know about Mr.
Good for
Blanco.
me. Good for me too. Good for me too.
Chair, I will.
What time? 27, 7:30, or right after our meeting? Elizabeth?
Yes,
Would it be after?
yes, Rudy. I will ask Gina if we can schedule those back to back.
All
Again,
time.
I'll update
Okay.
everyone.
No
But
problem.
Bike Blast, I have already emailed her, and then tomorrow I'll follow up with that with a phone call if we can schedule back to back, if that's possible. I know she schedules meetings within a certain
I
time
think
slot.
it'd be fantastic.
Okay.
It would be much
Perfect.
appreciated.
Okay.
All right. So that being said, is there anything else that, I know we're limited in time now.
We are actually out of time. It's 8:30.
Yes.
We have another committee meeting logging on.
I'll second the
Miguel.
motion.
All right, all in favor?
Miguel, remember
Aye.
June 21st with Mario Diaz-Balart.
Say it again?
June 21st with Mario Diaz-Balart's office. Our meeting with them.
I apologize, Rudy. We're having a hard time hearing you.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're having our meeting with them, with Mario Diaz-Balart's office
Okay.
on June 21st. You remember, you're invited, you're part of it. To talk about blasting too and everything else.
All right.
At 3:30, June 21st.
All right, so we have a motion on, we close.
I made the, all agreed to adjourn. Thank you, Chair.
It's so that concludes today. 5/17/2021. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Okay.
Thank you
you
so
guys.
much.
On June 21st. You remember, you're invited, you're part of it. To talk about blasting too and everything. All right. At 3:30, June 21st.
Hello?
Hi, Christina.
Hey, Brian, how's it going?
I'm doing great.
you,
How are
guys.
you?
Good, good. We are just about ready. Let's see, who else do we have? Hey, Maritz.
Hey, how are you?
Good, good. We'll give people a few minutes to join. Hello, Officer Amador.
Hi, how's it going?
Good, good.
Nice to see you guys.
Good to see you too.
Christina, quick question before we get started here. Daniel Gonzalez, he was appointed to our committee, but it looks like he's not being sworn in till the next committee meeting. There's no way to get him sworn in earlier, correct?
That would have to be scheduled through the clerk's office. So if that's their earliest availability, then yes.
Okay, so he should, I believe the next council meeting is before Bike Rodeo anyway, so he will be able to join us, correct?
Yes, as long as the background check and everything goes through by then, yes.
Cool, perfect. So I'll let him know.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect.
Amador, do you know if Juan is joining us today, or are you fully?
Yeah, he should be. He should be joining us. Maybe via phone though.
Okay.
Not sure, but yeah, he should be in a part of it.
Okie doke. I'm just texting him. Oh, it's all dark in council chambers now.
Hey, Christina, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, it's Ariel. Is it gonna just be live? No one here at the chambers?
That is the request. I just see, I exited something out and somebody's in the waiting room. How do I get that back? It said that there was somebody waiting to get admitted and I accidentally clicked the X instead of admit.
Are you the host? Yeah, it looks like you are. Have them join in again.
I don't even know who it was. It was a phone number. It might have been Officer Juan, actually. I'm on a different phone. Yeah, it's, okay, let me say join again. But yes, everyone is going to be virtual for this meeting.
Okay, you guys are already live. It's been up. There hasn't been any issues. Did you need me to stay here in case there's something that you need from me, or can I go ahead and watch it remotely?
You could also watch it remotely, but it just happened again. It was on, but I didn't touch it this time, and then it went away.
Okay.
I'll just tell him to do it.
You have my Teams just in case. I sent you a couple messages there, so if you need anything, just send me a text through there.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Of course.
All right, let me see if he can get back in here, and then we can get this party started. That was really weird. Got to keep my eye open for when he... Do, 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 do. We need some elevator music. Okay, admit. There we go. Officer Juan, is that you? Ariana, just let her in. Hey, Ariana.
Hi.
Hello, Officer Juan. All right. I think we're good to start. I mean, he's on here. I don't know why it won't unmute him, but he is on here. Oh, there he is. Officer Juan, can you hear us? Maybe turn the volume up. I can't hear anything.
And while we're waiting for Officer Juan, I see Flavio's not here as the secretary. Would anyone like to be the secretary for this meeting?
I can do it. I'll volunteer.
Okay, so Moritz will be the volunteer. And I thought I heard Officer Juan for a second. Was that you?
Can you hear me now?
There he is. All right, we hear you.
Okay, I'm here. I guess we can start the meeting. I don't have the agenda in front of me, but I guess we can start the meeting. It is now 8:39. And does anybody have any public comment?
We would need to do the roll call first.
Oh, roll call.
Yeah.
Brian Rodriguez,
Here.
Eric Graff, Flavia Nunez, Nancy Matos, Michael Trujillo, Elica Quintero, Jose Quintero, Ariana Rejas,
Here.
Juan Rodriguez,
Here.
Eddie Cedeno, Eric Valerdi, Leila Cobiella, Maurita Costa here, Mark Gomez.
Here.
And we have a Daniel, no last name.
Yeah, he's technically not on the committee yet, but he'll be appointed at that next committee meeting. So sorry about that.
No worries.
Also, please keep note that we do have to remove Jose Quintero from the roll call.
All right, now we can go to the public comments. Does anybody have any public comments? No, I guess we could continue to the unfinished business.
Which is the bike rodeo, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I guess what we need to figure out today is how we're going to do the bike rodeo. Whether it's going to be just one or in different time areas. So we need to decide that today so that we can go ahead and figure out what the times, how long it's going to last.
Yeah, and the reason why I haven't officially posted anything in terms of advertising for the event is because I was waiting for it's a little bit of a different process than it usually is to request the location. So we had to wait for an insurance, a copy of our insurance, our liability insurance, naming Anna G. Mendez as a additional insured and certificate holder. So I literally just got that like at 7:30 p.m. So I do have that in hand. So I'm sending that off to them. They already verbally said yes, but just so that we can have it in writing and let it be official that we can have it at their location. That was the last thing that I was waiting for. So as soon as we sign on the dotted line for that, I'll send you guys the flyer before we post it, but please don't post it until the town posts it. But then yes, logistics and layout. I drew up just a temporary kind of lay of the land, and I'll share screen to show you guys kind of what I was thinking. But again, we could make any changes to that. On my mock-up, let me pull it up. I sent it. Sorry, while I'm looking at it, Officer Juan, you can continue while I look for it because I cannot find it in my inbox.
Okay, we also have, I think we have at least like 7 bikes. So we need to figure out the entertainment. And then when you tell me what the entertainment is, we can like more or less put in what time slots they're going to be performing.
Okay, so the BMX Trick Stars did confirm that they were good to go for that date and the different, the different times that we wanted, which would be, I guess, 1 for each hour. And then I looked into doing the virtual photo booth like we did. I think we did it for Halloween this past year. So it's completely virtual. They click a link and then it gives them like a background of the event, right? And it could say like Bike Rodeo along with the sponsor's logo at the bottom. If there is any, as of now, we don't have any logos at the bottom. And then we would have access to all of those pictures once they take a picture using that link.
And can that be set up already, or?
We could. It's about, I believe the quote that I just received for them was about $650 to get that, to have that for our event. So that's generally about how much it was. I think it was actually closer to $7. But yes.
Wait, so hold on. So we're definitely doing it like what, and three time slots?
We could, I thought, I kind of recommended that, but if you guys have a different idea, I think the 3 time slots kind of gives it a good spaced out type of situation.
But we couldn't just do it like one like we used to do before now. Just do a one bike rodeo.
If there's no restrictions on the amount of people at an event at one time, this is kind of one of the first, I would think, in-person events that we're kind of going forward with. If there's no restrictions, then we would be able to do that. But I did consult with Jeremy, who is our emergency management individual. And so he did think that that was a good idea to limit the amount of people at any one time in the event.
Christina, so where are we with masks? I know a lot of progress has been made these past couple of weeks. So where are we currently? Does this have to be, do we have to enforce that? Can it, how will that work?
And so with each day, I know that council and management are, they're discussing, you know, the different options and kind of surveying the people around to see what people are feeling comfortable with. So I don't have a final word on what the rule on that date will be, because I know, you know, each week it's kind of being relaxed. But in terms of, you know, anything outdoor, when people are more than 10 feet away from each other, they do not have to wear the mask when they're more than 10 feet away from someone else. It's in our parks. So maybe it'll be something like that, as long as they're with their cohorts and families 10 feet away from the next family. They don't necessarily have to wear it, and we'll see with what that looks like, because we do plan on also having volunteers present, right? And so handing out waters and whatnot, so.
And so the time would be from 10 to 1?
Yes.
And so we can only do like what, 100 per time slot, or is that, can that
Could be per family. That could be per family. So if a family of 5, they could just reserve 1 ticket because they will be grouped together. Are we all on board with doing the virtual photo booth?
Yeah, I don't mind doing it. But if you do the virtual, virtual is the what? The
virtual photo booth means they don't have like an in-person backdrop to take pictures with. It's already on their phone. So they click the link and that link populates a background, right? So you take a picture and it's like the background that would get printed, but it'll just be on your phone. And then the town gets a copy of all those pictures that we could post on our social media or on our website, wherever we want to put those pictures after the event.
All right, that sounds good.
And so with the photo booth and the BMX Trick Stars, do we have a lot of room left in the budget?
Let me take a look at it. I sent the budget last meeting. Let me pull that up. We haven't made any real purchase since that.
And also, just so I can understand the budget better, so any money that's not used up for this event, we can use for other events, correct?
So whatever amount we've got approved by council to use for this event is all we can use for this event. If we have leftover funds and the committee would like to use it elsewhere, if it's over $700, we would have to, 1, make a motion to go before council and request that it gets moved to a different line item. We try to do the best we can to utilize the monies they give us, because, you know, they'll keep that in mind for the next budget year. If you didn't spend this much, why would they approve this much? You know, so we try to stay within those parameters as much as possible.
And so any money that's not used by the end of the fiscal year is like reset?
No, you use it or lose it.
Okay.
And the BMX Trick Stars, he gave me a quote.
Yeah, and Moritz, as an example of something like that, would be an example of last year's Easter egg hunting event, where our title sponsor donated money, and because the fiscal year changed, they lost that money. So that's just an example. Which in my opinion, I don't think is right, because that's not part of the allocated budget. So I would want that our sponsorship dollars go do carry on, but unfortunately it does not work like that.
So the sponsor lost all the money they put in?
Yes.
Did they still get sponsorship?
For last year, no. So what we did this year was we kind of gave them that sponsorship, but they didn't have to give a dollar amount to us.
No, I think that's fair. And the helicopter and the canine, that's all, is that for free, or do we have to pay for that?
That's free. I think Robin is going to be trying to get.
Yeah, I'm in the process of getting them right now. Reference the dates. That's what they're going to get back to me on the helicopter and really what else they can provide now.
That's awesome.
But
Thank you.
We're definitely going to do the 3. So we got to give them the times too. So that way we can say like from 9 to, what is it, from like, let's say 9 to 10, 15, it'll be one, the first one, then 10:30 to, we have to figure out how we're going to split the time. Is it just going to be like a 1 hour, one bike rodeo, 1 hour, then a 30-minute break, and then another hour, 30-minute break? Is that how we're going to do it?
I think it would be pretty much every hour. So within that hour, they would come in, do the bike rodeo, they would get a helmet, drink some water, do the photo booth, and then watch the BMX Trick Stars perform. And then maybe we do, maybe we raffle 3 bikes per hour. So if they're within that first time slot, they have an opportunity to win a bike. We raffle the 3 tickets, but they need to be present to win. And then the next hour, the next crew comes in and we kind of run that same thing. So if the guys are able to do the dog performances, I don't know if they would be able to do one every hour. Maybe if they want to do it like the last 10 minutes of the hour from 50 to and towards the end. That way, once they see that demonstration, then they kind of just like head out through the exit. Do you think they would be able to do that? I know historically they only do 1 set. Could they do 3 smaller sets?
Well, we'll ask them. But the thing is, do we have enough time? Like, do we need like 30 minutes to like get people out and the new people in?
I guess that all depends on how packed of people we are within each setting, right? Because we're saying, okay, 100 tickets are available. How many people are we actually going to have show up at that time? Is it going to be that packed, or will they be done in 30 minutes and they're ready to ride off? I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think we should have a little buffer time, maybe 10, 15 minutes to kind of clear the area before we allow the next group in?
I think we need something like that so that way you don't have people just staying and mixing in with the new, correct?
I'd say have a buffer just so we can get our bearings and get ready for the next set of people coming in.
Can we extend the time from 10 to 1 to 10 to 2 and use the remaining hour and divide that amongst the 3 time slots?
Yeah, that's definitely.
I was just going to say the same thing. And if not, can it, instead of being 3 different slots, maybe just 2 because of the time constraints? Because I'm thinking 1 hour per is going to be very difficult to get people in, do the show or the whole process, and then get them out, and then get the new people in. It's just 1 hour is pretty quickly, I think.
Okay, what do you guys want to do? Like an hour and a half, or an hour 15, an hour 20? What are you guys thinking?
Yeah, I will agree with that. We want people at the end of the day to enjoy the event, so I'd rather have it a little bit longer than an hour, so they're just not doing everything and then leaving all of a sudden. I'd say at least an hour and a half, just so they can enjoy the actual event.
Is it going to be from 10 to 1 for sure?
If you guys would like, remember, you guys are the committee that's going to be working this event. So that's all on you guys. I told you from the beginning, I will not be present. So as long as you guys are able to be there the entire time and for cleanup and all that stuff, absolutely.
Yeah. And I should be able to be there. There should be no problem there.
So can we do them from 10 to 2:30, 1 hour and 30 minutes per? Maybe we can do something where it's technically like an hour and 20, but we use the last 10 minutes to get people out, get the other people in, reset any stations if we have to, anything of the sort.
So I wrote Group A as 10 to 11:30, 30-minute changeover, then 12 to 1:30, 30-minute changeover. Well, then it would be just the two groups for an hour and a half. Are we good with that?
Are we going to have a form of, I guess, identification for each group? Like, are we going to have the, say, 10 to 11:30 have one color wristband?
A wristband? Yeah, we could do different color wristbands for the different times.
So yeah, and then can we make sure that we have access to the Eventbrite app, Christina? I think I have it, but I think there's some people on the committee that won't have it, so we could help with check-in.
Yes, we could do that.
Actually, I don't have it, so I need to get that again.
Yeah, because they changed like the password and stuff, but we can put it on iPads to make sure that we have two people doing check-in and one point of entrance.
Okay, and then we could do the check-in, and then with the wristband, which I'm good with the wristbands because it makes it easier to identify. And then we can make an out. We're gonna have a DJ, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
You want to do, so we just want to do 2 time slots, 10 to 11:30 and then 12 to 1:30.
Yeah, and I think, would it be okay to up it to 150 instead of 100 people?
I'll double check with Jeremy because remember, it's not 150 people, it's 150 families. So that could be 5 people in a family, that could be 10. That's what we don't exactly know, unless if you want to make it 1 ticket per person and up that number.
Yeah, we might have to do
get
that. I think that'll be easier. I think doing 1 ticket per person is easier either way, just because of the fact that we can control how many people are actually coming in. And if I think we have, let's say, since now we're cutting off 1 time slot that was 100 people, we can make it up with those 2 time slots by adding 50 more people.
But if we're going to do it by people, I think the number should be way higher because considering if we had 100 people, if that was like 4 people per family, that's already 400 tickets individual.
So let's look at this layout that I kind of drew up. And as long as we have volunteers at each station, how do I share screen? Right here. Can you guys see it? Oh, I didn't press share. Let me know when you guys could see it. I'll explain it a little bit.
There it is.
Okay, so the black line that I have my mouse over is kind of like sectioned off and taped off so that we only have 1 point of entrance, which could be this red line. It could really be anywhere. I just figure entry point. These 2 yellow triangles are porta potties because we do need to have restrooms out there for participants since we won't have access of the inside of the building. And these are ADA accessible as well. So anyone with a wheelchair or that needs a little more space, we have that. And then these blue tents, or it's just like a circle, I put those as water stations. So at those stations, we would have tents, we would have coolers with water to make sure that everybody can stay hydrated for the event. And it's probably gonna be a hot day, so to make sure that that's all good. This neon zigzag, I kind of just put like, that could be a bike rodeo, right? We can have a stop sign within there. We can have cones, kind of creating a bike course that someone could kind of like drive through with their bicycle. So I put 3 of those kind of spread out. The BMX station would be right in the middle where, you know, the performance would be. And then here would be the DJ in the brown kind of tent area so that they could make announcements the whole time and do that whole thing. Over here where there's like this octagons and octagon, 8 is octagon, whatever shape that is, we can kind of do that for the helmet giveaway. I figure we would have, you know, several tables, maybe 2 tents on top of it where we would give away the helmet. So that was just a rough idea. Oh, Juan Rodriguez entered the waiting room.
Yeah, into that one because I think with this phone I can get like I can see the video.
Okay, I added to it.
Okay, see now I see it.
Oh, you gotta mute one though. Mute one of them so it doesn't give that that echoing feedback.
There we go. So yeah, so I do like that idea, Christina. I think the layout's awesome so far. And that is such a large area. I don't think it would be a problem to up the amount of people that we have come in. But then we have to talk about, did we decide how many volunteers we were gonna have?
Not officially. I would think we should probably have 2 volunteers for each station, 2 for that first bike rodeo, 2 at the water station. At each
So I would say to be safe, at least 20.
I counted 12, and then maybe if you want to put 2 at the helmet station, that's 14. What are the jobs for the other 6?
So basically just they would be helping us control the event. Either way, it would be support for the other tents. We don't know how many people are showing up. And let's say we do have 150 people or more, let's say 400 people that show up on each time slot, then it's kind of difficult to kind of control everyone with 10 people. So I just say on the safe side, have 20 just so we can go with that.
Sure, and volunteers includes us, right? So then that would also include the
So that number does not include us.
Okay, all right, perfect. Yeah, because we would have to have somebody at check-in, which I think you mentioned it would be one of us and stuff.
Yeah, so we could have volunteers at check-in with the wristbands and then committee members with the iPads if we want to do that.
Perfect.
So at least 2 there for wristbands. Having some volunteers at the possible entrances and exits because this area is big and there's multiple entrances and exits in this parking lot.
There would be 1 entrance and 1 exit.
I understand that, but I'm talking about where would the exit be?
So I was thinking, and it could be wherever you guys think it should be, but I was thinking once they go through everything, it could be over here. Do you see where my mouse is?
Yes.
That's kind of the same exit that we used when we did the drive-through.
And where would you want the entrance, would you say?
I is the same entrance where we usually do for the movies.
Okay.
Right here.
That's fine. I wanted to make sure then. Okay. But yeah, just if we want to have 15 volunteers, we can do that too. But hopefully we can get those.
Just
volunteers.
remember, volunteers, we do need to be supervising them. We need to have enough adults to supervise the amount that you want to have, no matter where they are. We have to make sure, there's eyes and that everybody's aware. We do need to be careful about that as well.
Of course. And one of the other reasons, the only reason I said 20 as well is because one, it's summertime. So some people may not show up if they sign up to come.
Kids had about a year without volunteer service hours. I'm pretty sure whoever signs up will attend. We've been getting calls and emails nonstop. I think that whoever signs up definitely needs these hours since there has been little to no opportunities for over a year now.
All right, cool. That's fine. Perfect.
I'm still fine with the 20. I see kind of where you want to have them stationed and stuff. I think all that's good. Do we know exactly who is attending the event?
I'll be there. I know Daniel Gonzalez will be there. He should be a committee member by then. He did want to be there. Mark, will you be there?
Yes, I will.
Okay. Moritz, will you be there?
Probably yes.
I'm guessing Juan will be there, correct?
I don't know, because
Yes, no, yeah, we'll be there and Robin will be there too.
Okay, and Ariana, will you be there?
working as a committee member or as an officer? Because that's not,
Well, okay, we'll probably be both. We can like help out a little bit, but mainly as an officer, I guess.
so then we shouldn't include them as in terms of, manning a station and supervising.
Oh, yeah.
students.
Okay, and then Ariana, will you be there?
Yeah, I have Saturday 12th and 26th as a backup date, so I'll be there either day that we decide on.
Cool. So we have us so far, and I don't know about the other committee members. I guess we could ask again on Wednesday when we have our normally scheduled meeting and just confirm with everyone of who will be there.
Love that. And I'll make sure we have the walkies charged and ready to go for that event.
Okay.
So if I may ask just a quick question for the volunteers, at what time will we be asking them to get there if the event starts at 10? Just so that we can already start, I guess, recruiting.
Yeah, for setup, I think we should get there at least at 8 a.m. just because we need to set up all the cones and everything.
That depends if we're setting up the tents ourselves or if you decide to purchase tents. So if we're setting up the tents ourselves, you need at least 2 at the check-in tent, 1 for each water station, 2 for the helmets, and then at least 1 for the DJ.
Christina, do we have any tents in like the town's possession that we can use?
We do, and that requires manpower to put them up, as well as the sandbags to hold them down, and then correct dismantling of the tents, because that is how they break when people try to take them down without knowing how to take them down.
So what's the other option?
Been there before.
What's the other option?
Would be to purchase, to rent the tents and have a company come in, set them up, secure them with either water buckets or sandbags, and then the company would also take them down.
Is that within our budget?
I will have to double check and look at it. Hopefully, if the prices didn't change significantly since the last year when we used them, they should be between $70 and $80 per tent to rent.
Yeah, and I think that might be the best bet.
I
an
agree.
easier bet.
And then when it comes to the wristbands, does the town have that in stock?
We would need to purchase wristbands.
And the DJ, is that already confirmed?
The DJ is $700.
Okay, and do we have cones? Enough cones?
Good question. If we are able to use the county's bike trailer for bike events, and since it's a bike rodeo and safety event, we should be able to use it. I know that we were in communication with them last year to use it, so I'll reach out to Willie and Sue from Bike 305 to find out if we are able to use it for this event. So I will find out about that. I should have an answer about that by the Wednesday meeting. So bike trailer, and that bike trailer has a ton of items for bike rodeos and creating things like that. So hopefully.
Do we have to pay for that, or is that?
No, that would be free. That's what the trailer is for bike safety events for cities. So.
And do we have chairs?
Chairs for
the stations and for like the registration for like the volunteers?
We could arrange to have 2 tables put out, 2 tables for the registration, and then 2 tables for the helmet giveaway. That's we request our one of our guys that works on the weekends to help us out with the event. So we can request, what is that, 4 tables? No, then we would need 1 for each water station as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tables.
Cool. And then one question that may be brought up, because now CDC guidelines have changed a lot, where people that are fully vaccinated do not have to wear a mask anymore. And social distancing was cut down to 3 feet. So what do we do in this situation now, Christina? Are there any updates from the town regarding this and events?
Regarding events, I'll have to defer to Jeremy and the management team and find out what their recommendations are. So I'll share that with the committee. Hopefully I have an update by Wednesday as well, in terms of what we're able to do and how much more relaxed we'll get and things like that.
Cool. Sounds good.
So 7 tables, 14 chairs, 2 different wristband colors. I can order those. That's easy. Virtual photo booth. Everybody says yes. BMX Trick Stars. We said yes. DJ, tons of water and ice. Is there anything else that you guys could think of? I also walkies. I have that down.
Yeah, I think that's about it. I think we're pretty much set on this event. We've done a good job planning it, and I don't think there's much more to do.
Eventbrite access, iPads, and a, what's that, wireless access point, or like a
Wi-Fi, yeah.
Oh, maybe Energy Mendez could let us use their hotspot at least.
Okay.
And so what did we agree then on the time? It was from 10 to 1:30?
10 to 11:30 for the first time slot, and then 30 minutes to kind of get those people out, and then 12 to 1:30, and then the last 30 minutes we'll just kind of clean up, I guess. So the event could be 10 to 1:30. And then I'll discuss with the emergency management team about increasing that number. I know when I originally asked them, I said 100 per time slot. They okayed that. I'll go back and ask for, what number did you guys say? For each, I think you said 400?
Yeah.
I think we mentioned if we're doing individuals, it would be 400.
Right.
Yeah. If we're doing families, maybe we can just up it to 150. But I think that what Brian had mentioned about trying to get a full count of how many people were there is probably a smart idea. So maybe up it to 400.
And I would probably, now looking at that number, that's a much bigger number to check in, perhaps creating 2 sites for check-in with 2 people, maybe even 4 people at each station, just to help get that many people through fairly quickly, since they only have like an hour and a half to enjoy the event. So yeah, if we do outsource the tents, I'll give you guys the different options. If we outsource the tents, I think we're good for the volunteers to show up at 9 a.m., 1 hour before the start time. That way you let them know their stations, you let them know their job and expectations, and then you let them know how they receive the hours at the end, you know, that whole thing. And then I think the committee, though, should meet at 8:30. I'll have to we'll need at least one person to be there when the BMX stars show up and when the DJ shows up and when the tents are delivered, if we go that route. So I don't know, Brian, if you want to step up and be that guy.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to check my schedule and see what time I can be there and how early I can be there.
I'll join you.
Awesome.
Awesome.
The more the merrier, Mark. That's great.
And then the last question that I have for volunteers: are we going to provide a T-shirt for them so they can be, I guess, people can see who they are? And
That would actually be awesome. Like maybe orange shirts so we could identify them.
Yeah.
I know for one of our events, we gave them pink hats for the
Yes, that was for Spring Fling.
Not last year, the year before, we did pink hats, and that was fairly inexpensive. It was like $1 something per hat, so that
And it
wasn't
made
bad.
it so easy to
T-shirts
identify
are
them.
more expensive. T-shirts are more expensive. You're talking about maybe like $10 a shirt, maybe more if we get something on it. So that would take a little bit of looking into. If you have, if you know of a T-shirt vendor that can give us a quote for 20 shirts, we could look into it and see if it's within the budget at Wednesday's meeting. I love that we have a meeting on Wednesday also.
Makes it a little bit
Just
easier.
to finalize and get the last couple things down.
Of
Yeah,
course.
I have a few T-shirt vendors I can talk to. I'll maybe bring something for Wednesday's meeting.
Perfect.
Okay. And Christina, can we get for the new committee members that joined their committee shirts to wear out to that event?
I could meet up. I could bring what I have from storage to the meeting. I know we have a few. I think we have like some extra larges and some larges. So we'll see what we have, and then whatever else we need to order, we will need to find funds for that as well.
Okay, cool.
So I'll bring the T-shirts, YATF T-shirts to the next meeting, which is Wednesday.
Just out of curiosity, is all our budget allocated towards a specific event?
Yes, Moritz. So we have different line items. So, and they're classified by our events, right? So we have a Halloween event, so we have a Halloween line item. We have a bike rodeo event, so we have that line item. We have a couple of others. I'll send you a copy of the approved budget. That way you can see where the monies are and which line item they're in.
So my question is, when it comes to things like the committee T-shirts, where's this money? Like, where do you get this money from?
So a lot of times, Moritz, what we'll do is, depending on the events and how big the events are, we could always try to make, if we wanted to, I know in the past with events, we bought extra supplies with the extra money that we've had, or we'll actually have a line item for miscellaneous. So then we could purchase stuff for the committee like that. So T-shirts, I know that's how we did the walkie-talkies at one point. Things like that. Or no, did we buy that for an event?
Line item. Anything that we get is intended for the events, right? So the shirts could be an event expense because the committee needs to be identifiable as the committee. So if somebody needs help, if a volunteer needs help, those are essential items. The walkie-talkie were essential for our events. So we bought them under the Halloween line item. We actually needed them.
Really? And we still have them in possession?
Of course.
Yes, we do.
So
How many do we have?
About 15. I do need to check them through COVID. We haven't really used them, so I'll have to look at them and make sure they're charged and ready to go.
Yeah, and yeah, so basically, if we have, let's say we have extra money, Moritz, and we can spend it with the event, then we can buy those extra essentials. Also, and you asked about the budget. Think of it like this. We have our own committee budget, right? It's a full number. I think it's like $45,000 or around there. Then it's divided into mini budgets. So each event has its own budget. That's probably the best way to kind of understand it. So each event has its own budget. Then at the end of that event, let's say we want to move that money to another event, then we could go ahead and move that if we have to. but with
Okay.
the guidelines that Christina gave earlier.
And how many events typically do we have?
So it all depends. Every year it's changed. Some years it hasn't really changed, but the committee basically decides how many events they want to do. And you'll see that coming up now in like October, before October. So September, August, September, we'll start deciding which events we want to do for next year, how much money we're going to allocate to each event, and how much we want to propose for our budget.
If you take a look at the budget that I sent on 4/27, it has all of our current line items. So if we want to add a line item, that is a request that we have to make to council. We have to tell them why we want to add the item, what it would be, and the dollar amount to it, and then council would have to say yay or nay.
Okay, perfect. Understood.
Yeah,
Thank-
and in the past we have added line items. If like, let's say we had extra money from an event or a lot of extra money from other events, there's been in the past where we've added a whole other event with all that money from those events that were left over.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Of course.
All right, so I think we have a good amount of work to go ahead and move forward on to the next steps. I'm hoping everything is finalized by Wednesday's meeting. That way we can start promoting, which is really good timing. We're about a month out, a little bit less than a month out. So we still have 1, 2, 3, through about 3 weeks of really good promotion, almost 4 weeks of really good promotion until June 12th, which is awesome. So I guess from Amador and Juan, once you guys confirm if we'll have any of those vendors that came last time, like the dog, the police, the fire truck, if we get a final answer on those, I could plug those in on that map.
Also, a quick question. So usually how long does it take to pick everything up?
It could take about an hour to clean up and.
Yeah, it all depends how many people are helping and how fast we want to leave. I've seen it for Halloween, Easter, all the events. When people want to go, they start picking up and we go. I've seen big events. We picked up in less than 30 minutes and we're gone. But I've seen other events where it's taken us over an hour because people didn't really care to help. So as long as we could encourage everyone to come help and pick up everything, then we could get out of there as fast as possible.
And we do have town staff helping, so it should be pretty manageable as long as you guys, I'm usually there. I'm usually the pit bull that's like, let's go you. I'm like delegating and giving people jobs. That's gonna be all on you guys in a very nice, respectable way. We got to make sure everybody's, moving and pulling their own weight here.
Yes, luckily I've gotten nicer over the years, Christina, so you won't see angry Halloween Brian come out.
You have grown. You have definitely grown.
Yeah, one year, I will never forget that year where no one wanted to help and I ended up splitting my pants in half at the Halloween event and I was not a happy person.
Yeah, splitting pants is pretty intense, so I understand.
Also, just out of concern, does anybody have a number of how many people signed up to be part of the subcommittee?
It doesn't, there's not
That'll be in the
really.
minutes from, I think that'll be in the minutes from April, if you look back.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter how many people at the end of the day join the subcommittee because anyone from the committee could join the meeting anyway.
Right.
It's when it comes to committee meetings where it really counts. So let's say one day no one shows up to a committee meeting, it could just be Christina and I hosting that meeting.
And even if they didn't sign up for the subcommittee, they could still be at the event to help out if they were available and free, which we do encourage for all committee members to be there. So we still could get a pretty good turnout for that event.
Awesome, looks good. Let's see, we're just about done. I think we covered everything that we had to cover today.
Yes, we did. So do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
I'll second.
All right.
I'm sorry, could I get a motion?
Mark.
I motion. I think Brian second.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. just put any of us.
They said, do I hear a motion to second? Do I hear a motion? And I said, absolutely. I'll move it. But
Okay. There you go.
but I'll give it to Officer Juan. Don't worry about it. He motioned.
Oh, no, okay, thank you. I'll let you do it next time.
Thanks.
Teamwork, I love it.
Perfect.
All right, so we are adjourning this meeting.
All right, guys, have a great night. See you all on Wednesday, 7 p.m. Don't be late.
Good night, everyone.
Have a good night, everyone.
Bye.